Indonesia is ready to
Malukonde, let me thank you so much to welcome me here and to invite me to speak about our South-South cooperation between Brazilian, DRC, and the Republic of Indonesia. And I would like especially to thank my brother, the Minister Luhut Pandajan, and Abu Nani, my sisters. I met them in New York several times ago. So we talked together. We plan to meet again here in Indonesia. Praise the Lord, Alhamdulillah, I'm here. So we're going to talk and maybe to sign our agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me as well to welcome my brother coming from Congo with me, Julien Paluku, the Minister of Industry. He just reached Bali and he's strong, traveling from far. He was with me in Sharm el-Sheikh and he joined me today. It wants to show that for us in DRC, this meeting is very important. Her Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, this cooperation, the South-South cooperation, Brasilia, DRC, and Indonesia, is very naturally because God gave us the potential, the environment potential same. Even we are far each other, but we are also close. Because we have the same environment I told you, we have the same challenge, the same opportunity to be the solution to climate change. The world become warm, more and more warm. So the humanity need our rainforest to captivate it, the CO2. So, in the same time, our population who's protecting and preserving this rainforest need to have a compensation. The really compensation as those who are able to protect these rainforests. Why? Because we live in forests and we feed ourselves in those forests. Same time in my country, DRC, we are in Congo Basin. Congo Basin is now the second land regarding the biggest, but now we become very, very important to captivate it, the CO2. The same time, regarding the energy transition, we have the strategic mineral resources. It can help us for the mitigation to attain the goal to have 1.5 degrees Celsius of temperature of our planet. Those mineral resources like lithium, coltan, coppers, cobalt, gold, diamond, so many things. We need now to transform it locally, not to export it like this, because our people need to have a value of those mineral resources. But we are also know that even in DRC, we don't have maybe technology or experiences. We can found those technologies, experiences to our country in the South-South cooperation, Brasilia and Indonesia. And that's why I bring here, I ask to join me, my brother, the Minister of Industry. I want him to be in contact, if possible, with the partner of PPP. They can come invest in our country. Now, the world preparing himself to have the smart car, the electric car. We have those mineral resources. We have those materials. We want us to work together to be strong, because if DRC work alone, the voice will be voiceless. But working together, we can have a loud voice and to bring more those who can invest in our different country. The same time, I please you now, as we are together, in Brasilia, we have an embassy of DRC. Here in Indonesia, we don't have properly an embassy, but we are able to put our consul, because our embassy is in India, working with 5 countries, India, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia as well. So I please the government of Republic of Indonesia to think how we can have, you can have the embassy in Congo or the consul in Congo. This is like a bridge for us, bridge between us, and to facilitate it, the cooperation we're going to do in economic way, environment way, industrial way, and cultural as well. We usually love your nice and wonderful dress. Why not we can work together to promote those cultural dress, and like I'm well here, Congolese women love the Indonesia dress. Ladies and gentlemen, it was such a small remark, but I hope that I expressed myself correctly to let you know that for DRC, this cooperation is very important for us. The next time, maybe the head of our state will meet between the President Lula, the President of DRC, and the President of Indonesia to work together to sign as well an agreement in high level high-level space of decision, and we are there to increase this cooperation. Thank you so much. My angel, thank you to be there, but I try to practice my English. I think that it was clear.
Once again, please give big round of applause for Ms. Masudi. Thank you so much for the wonderful remarks in this very beautiful morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver his remarks. Please welcome on stage.
Good morning. Her Excellency, Vice Minister of DRC, Madam Eva, Excellency, Minister of Industry of DRC, Mr. Maloko, and all distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we've been listening today the initiative to cooperate between South and South, Brazil, Congo, DRC, and Indonesia. Well, it is a very what we call it is very great intention, how we can combine together to secure our forests and to help to reduce the emission. In Indonesia, we are experienced increased trend of temperatures about 0.03 degrees C per year, starting from 81 until 2011, which raised the level of the seas about 1.2 centimeter per year, will affect about 65% of the population lives in the coastal areas based on National Development Planning Agency report. Therefore, we have to act now to mitigate the negative impact through energy transition. In energy sector, recently we contribute 38 to 40% of emission national totally, which equal to more than 450 million tons of CO2 per year. Due to this reason, and according to the Paris Agreement, that currently we prepare such kind of roadmap, how to reduce our emission, how to reach our target of net zero emission by 2060. Of course, it is not an easy task. It requires a lot of things to support this. Availability of resources, technology, and also financing. We fortunately, we also blessed with all kind of resources which is available in country. From renewable energy source, we predict that we are able to produce about 3,000 gigawatt of power. In 2060, we intend to build about 600 gigawatt electricity. And then from our target, achieving this goal by 2060, we plan every 5 years, we have such kind of target. How many million ton that we have to reduce, and then what kind of action. There are two basically main programs, such as increasing the supply side, and then also demand side. From supply side, the easiest way is how we can reduce our use of coal-fired power plant. Recently, we identified there are 33 units of coal-fired power plant that we are going to do the retirement. Indonesia is blessed also with fossil energy. For coal sectors, we have about more than 100 billion tons of coal in our resources. We produce recently 650 million tons of coal, where 25% of it we use it for domestic purpose, and the rest we export. We know coal will not be popular anymore, so we prepare how we have to reduce it. We are going to use our natural gas prior the availability of the clean technology and the industry to support. We still have huge amount of natural gas. Natural gas is recently, and then for the medium term, is suitable to support the intermittent of renewable energy characters. Prior the availability of storage facilities. We have solar, probably like in Congo also. We have solar energy. We have geothermal. We have hydro. And as an archipelagic country, we have also source of marine energy that potential to be developed. Besides, of course, right now, the wind. Like Congo, we are also blessed with the mineral resources. Now, our government regulation and also stipulated in our bill that we have to process our raw material domestically to create value added, open new job opportunity. So as Madam Eva said, that Congo also rich of mineral, there will be a big possibility cooperation among us to fill the gap. We have nickel. Our potential resource of nickel amounted to about 20 billion tons. And then the proven one is 5 billion tons. We have also copper. We have also tin, alumina, manganese, and then furthermore, rare earth and critical materials that we have to develop it and to use it more properly. So this kind of thing will open the cooperation between Congo and Indonesia, not in the forestry matter, but also in the mineral processing sectors. So I'm glad today that we we hear that there will be a signing regarding the cooperation about the forest issue between Congo, Indonesia, and then furthermore probably Brazil will join. And then we look forward for further cooperation in the mineral processing sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif. Kindly stand in front of the stage, Bapak, for the photo sessions. And I would like to invite to join for the photo session Her Excellency Ms. Masudi and also Mr. Julian Paluku Kahongya, the RC National Minister of Industry. Please join this session because I'd like to take this very wonderful opportunity for taking photo pictures together. And also like to invite for joining the photo session, the Secretary General of MEMR, and also like to invite to the stage for the photo session, Secretary General of MEMR, Ibu Rida Mulyana, and also the Director General of New and Renewable Energy MEMR, Bapak Dadan Kusdiana, and also Ibu Nani Hendiarti, the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Forestry and Environment Management, and also Head of BRGM, Mr. Hartanto. Mr. Hartono, kindly be on stage for photo session. Allow me to do the count from 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much for all the dignitaries. Kindly return to your seat on the floor as we'd like to continue our session today with the first session of talk show in this very beautiful morning. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our big appreciation to all the dignitaries and VVIP guests for attending this very important session this morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be ready for our first talk show session this morning. And I will appreciate if all the participants can switch your mobile phone into the silent mode or vibrating mode as we would like to start our talk session this morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our first talk show session will be led by our distinguished moderators. Please be on stage. Our moderator for our first talk show session, Ms. Stephanie Juwana, the Program Director of Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative. Please be on stage.
Hello, everyone. I hope everybody is enjoying their mornings on this busy day of G20 meetings. Well, I for sure am very excited because I can feel that the Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center today is filled with a lot of optimism and hope. I am Stephanie Juana. I am the program director at Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative, and I will be moderating for the first panel of today's discussion about blue carbon. As we all know, the blue carbon ecosystem is gaining more and more attention, and there is an increasing interest in the blue carbon ecosystem as a nature-based climate solution due to its capacity to capture and to store carbon at higher rates than any terrestrial systems. The blue carbon ecosystem also holds other important co-benefits, such as for biodiversity preservation and also the livelihoods of the communities. And to realize that full potential, some elements become important factors, which include sustainable and equitable management of the ecosystem, partnerships and investment in climate actions, as well as a robust mechanism for the carbon market. And we will try to cover those topics in the next 90 minutes with the amazing speakers we have today. The first one is Bapak Kus Prisetihadi, Assistant Deputy of the Climate Change and Disaster Management of the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment. Pak Kus, please join me on the stage. And our second speaker is Bapak Hendra Yusansiri, Secretary Director of the General of Marine Special Management of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Pagi, Pak Hendra. And we also have Bapak Muhammad Ilman, the Director of the Indonesia Ocean Program of Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. Pagi, Pak. We also have Pak Riza Suarga, the Chairman of Indonesia Carbon Trade Association, CEO of Agraus Resources. Pagi, Pak Riza. And we have Mr. Joel Hogarth, the Deputy Legal and Regulations Indonesia Carbon Trade Association, the founder and CEO of Zero Carbon Forest Investments. Good morning, sir. And last but not least, we have Bapak Prasetyo, the Director of Strategy of PT Pelabuhan Indonesia. Selamat pagi Bapak-bapak sekalian. Saya jadi paling cantik di sini ya, karena satu-satunya perempuan. Okay, this is gonna be a very important panel. The discussion is gonna be very interesting, and we will start with Pak Kus. And we would like to hear about the opportunities and the importance of partnership in blue carbon. The time is yours, Pak.
Thank you, the moderator. Thank you, all the participants, guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present on the Indonesia Blue Carbon Partnerships in climate actions. Why it is important? Because we want to have a sustainable mangrove management. Next. Next slide, please.
The presentation here doesn't appear to change.
Okay, I would like to introduce the Indonesia Blue Carbon and Mangrove Management. As we know that Indonesia is the largest having the mangrove ecosystem in the world, that we have about more than 3 million mangrove ecosystem. Can you imagine 3 million? And we are more than Philippines, the second one, the second largest, as well from others, like we mentioned in here, other countries like Solomon, Papua New Guinea, we still above of them. This potential should not be just potential. We have to monetize and exploit it in good manner, sustainable manners. That's why we have already had the presidential decree on peatland restoration and mangrove agency, as well to exploit it in sustainable way. We have already had the presidential decree on carbon pricing. So we have already had a good regulation to manage the mangrove ecosystem. Next, please. Also, we have developed the concept of mangrove management in Indonesia. It is developed by our ministry, and we try to disseminate it in our national, and we try to challenge it in our national among ministries. That in national needs, we need the coastal resilience and welfare. That is what we need in Indonesia coastal community, for the Indonesia coastal community. And then we know that the global challenge on climate change, on adaptation and mitigation. As well, we need the financing. We identify the branded finance for the financing. We ask for the improvement of government investment, as well the bilateral cooperation, as well the CSR, as well from the international funding organization. In national institutional framework, we developed the task force on mangrove task force. We have steering committee among ministries, as well the organizing committee, and these line ministries under our coordination. We consist of KKP or KLHK, Ministry for Environment and Forestry, Ministry for Marine and Fisheries, as well Agency for Mangrove and Peatland, and other ministries. As well, we have strategy and program. In here, we mentioned that we have already proposed in our national and even in international to rehabilitate 600,000 hectares. Even I could not spell 600,000 hectares rehabilitation for mangrove. I could not imagine 600,000 hectares. So it is a big challenge for our national to reach this target. I can explain how we can reach it. I will explain in the next slide. Not yet, please. Return to the previous one. Under our regulation on government, under government regulation number 1/2020 on rehabilitation and reclamation of forests, the definition of rehabilitation not only restoration, intensification, as well conservation. So when we mention about the rehabilitation, it means including restoration, intensification, and it means utilization and conservation. So under our government regulation, these three things is very important. So when we say about rehabilitation, 600,000 hectares, it means it could be consist of three things: restoration, intensification, and conservation. So this concept will be delivered, I think, not so long again, perhaps in I have discussed, our, our Deputy Minister have discussed with the Minister for Environment and as well the Agency for Environment and Peatland. So this concept should be delivered soon. And next, please, next slide. Now come to the blue carbon projects. Up to the price et al. 2022, the global distribution of current and proposed blue carbon projects, you can see in here more and more increasing. So Indonesia, I think in medium size of blue carbon projects, and as well we can see in here in North Africa, as well South America, and maybe in India or Bangladesh, something like that. So all over the world now try to come into the blue carbon projects. So blue carbons more and more very important in the near future, since now and year to come, I think. And next, I try to explain in this slide the pilot projects. We have developed the pilot project through the grant from World Bank. It is one of the partnership. That's why our title for this talk show is Partnership in Climate Action. One of those that we have already had the pilot project. How to develop this blue carbon development eligible for carbon trading readiness. Why it is very important? Because what I mentioned in advance that potential of the mangrove ecosystem should be not only potential, not only should be asset. However, how we can exploit it for the people, for the prosperity for our people. That is what we would like to get from these pilot projects. Because so far, we just utilize the canopy of the mangrove. However, the above ground of this potential and very high potential of storage of carbon storage in the mangrove not yet utilized very often. So by these projects, I just want to mention that the total of the project is $4 million. I just want to show that it is not cheap for the developing countries. So for one project, $4 million. It is, I think, for developing countries, not only just blue carbon, they also need for food security and other needs. So to provide $4 million is very difficult. So when there is a grant through the World Bank, it is very nice one for, let's say, Indonesia to try to get the carbon trading readiness. Carbon trading readiness means we would like to exploit our asset on mangrove ecosystem for the prosperity of our people, for our people. Okay, next. This is the component of the. It is not. That is pilot project. The previous one is pilot project in one province. How about in 9 provinces? We calculated that for 9 provinces, it is about more than $400 million. So it is not cheap as well. It is not. It is very expensive for developing countries to have such kind of money to develop the blue carbons. So the second in this slide as well, I want to show that in conclusion that for the blue carbon development is not cheap. So the partnership is needed for this purpose. That is the blue carbon development. Next. There are blue carbon initiatives in this world. I try to, it is maybe 1 hour ago, our team developed this blue carbon initiative. I think we need more information on it. In national, we have blah, 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 like you see in here. And then in international, there is the Blue Carbon Initiative, maybe the International Partnership for Blue Carbon, and extra. So in national, we try to coordinate among ministries on these initiatives. We know that a Ministry for Ocean and Fisheries is the ministry in charge for the blue carbon. However, when we relate to the among ministries, we try to make unite in our national. There is Bapenas, they have initiative, as well I think KKP, as well KLHK. So how this initiative should be synergized among in national level? We could not cope in international ones. However, from national, maybe international ones would like to support Indonesia in blue carbon. We try to as well to collect, and this initiative from international, we would like to pipeline the contribution for national ones. That is our imagination, if not our proposal for the near future. Okay, next. And then in our office, we have had the international partnerships. We have had with Germany and UAE, and as well with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with the Singapore and South Korea, and World Bank as international partners, and others actually I could not mention in here. And then next, for the conclusion that Indonesia has abundance of natural resources of blue carbon. This potential asset should be monetized and exploited in sustainable manner for the prosperity of the people. There is financial gap and policy in international in blue carbon. We are still developing it, and it has in the right track, even for Indonesia. I think in international one has already in the right track, and then there are several initiatives on blue carbon in this world, and it should be synergized in harmony and even in our national initiatives, like I mentioned. And our office would be the coordinator among initiatives from aligned ministries. And then to develop the blue carbon is expensive for developing countries. So the partnership is the one of the solution. That's why we are here to seek the solution for this partnership solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Kus. So you explained that there is a huge need and there's a huge potential of partnerships and blue carbon. A question to Pak Hendra. So how do we mainstream that partnership and investment, Pak? And probably if there are other area of opportunities that can be presented by the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. You have 10 minutes, Pak.
Right. Thank you, Mbak Stephanie. Very good morning to all of you. Right. To respond that the question, I guess I need to give a briefly comment what we have done for our policy. So next. But I agree with Pak Kus that we contribute and share very big contribution for our mangrove and our seagrass. And of course, to do that, we have some, I think it's some reference, important difference. First, we have the enhanced national contribution, national determined contributions. That's slide number 3, please. Yeah, we have, next, we have enhanced national determined contributions. That's, we move that with unconditionality that we have contribute for 31.8%, and then conditionally with some system from the other party that will be like 43.2. And of course, we are working with the roadmap of our mitigation, which can be one of the opportunity for the investment that we are working currently. Next, and of course, as we have already launched our strategic program. We have a 5 strategic program that consists of first what we call this enlarged MPA vision, MPA expansion by 30% of our national territory. And second is about the quota-based fisheries management. The third is development coastal, marine, and small island. And 4 is managing the coastal and small island. Number 3 is aquaculture, so number 4 is management coastal and small island, and the last is about to reduce the marine plastic. So this morning with Pak Luhut already mentioned that how we deal with the deletion of the marine plastic. I would like to go deep detail about the MPN expansion, which can be what we are working with the World Bank right now with Pak Andre Quino and the team, that we want to strengthen our MPA, and by putting and also increase input, and also will be, to give the increasing of the output and outcome. Next, and the MP vision, of course, the idea is like we want to increase the blue carbon absorption by conserving and then also allocating some part of the marine areas will be protected areas. And then also, of course, we established a new conservation areas, which is currently the big proportions of the marine conservation areas coming from the local government. That's why the process of the enlarging the conservation areas, we hand in hand together with the local governments. And of course, we want to not only enlarging, we need to increase the effectiveness, the conservation areas. We have already tools that what we call is EFICA, Efektivitas Kawasan. The tools is measuring all the conservation areas. Currently, we have the 79% under our ministry and also local government. We measuring from input, output, and the process based on the socially, ecologically, and also economically. So that's why EFICA is one of the tools that we want to use that to how we deal with the marine conservation areas. And then of course, we want to empowering local communities around the conservation areas. That's why for us, conservation is not only conserving or protecting, but also give benefit to people in and surrounded the conservation areas. Next, and of course, this is also deal with our 4th strategy, which is the sustainable management coast and small island. And then by having like this, we have strengthening our regulation framework and also allocating the space in terms of the spatial planning point of view, and also improving the quality of blue carbon and reserve areas and strengthening blue carbon management. That's why we are working together with Pak Kus and also colleague from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And for us also, next, the mangrove, it can be part of the climate action. What we have done so far, for us, mangrove is part of adaptation strategy for marine fisheries. What we have done, and like in the north coast of Java, we applying what we call these nature-based solutions. So we also absorb the weight of the mangrove capture sediments, and then we want to increase our, increase the sedimentations from the eroded coastal areas. And then this is already a part, and of course, we would like to part of the community involvement by encouraging the non-wood strategy. So we, we use that mangrove can be part of the batik sources, batik ink, and can be also kind of like a coffee or tea, and other part of the mangrove can be part of like, candies and so on. And then also we using that protection and utilization by having, applying the marine tourism, so ecotourism for mangrove ecosystem and so on. Next, but so far, of course, seagrass is not like, it can be like simple say like this, seagrass is less attention compared to mangrove. So that's why with the assistance from the World Bank, we are in the component 2, we would like to mapping and also accounting the potential of the seagrass later on, so to all around the zone 3. We understand that seagrass can be high productivity as a mangrove, and also the mechanism can be photosynthesis. But importantly, the seagrass can be like an ecosystem for dugong, which is like very charismatic and what you call, charismatic species. Next, so I would like to mention here the possible investment partnership, of course, by having the two strategy that I mentioned before, how to enlarging MPA and also strengthening MPA. It can be part of the field, and of course, we together with the Ministry, Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, we would like to join together with all the potential partners. And then this, of course, because we have the 40% of coral reef, and the 30% this can be like 80,000. That's part of our ministry deal with, and then also to conduct the rehabilitations. The way of the mangrove rehabilitation in Indonesia is can be say like we have we classify the forestry and then non-forestry area. The forestry under Ministry of Forestry and Environment, non-forestry areas under our responsibility. Now we have also BRGM, which is responsible for the 9 provinces. So the last slide, I would like to conclude by Stephanie. There can be possible financial mechanism. I think that we have already discussed, and then Kemenkomarves is already together with UNDP is already produced the blue finance policy note. I think the way to do it, it can be like a blue bond or sukuk. Right now, the Ministry of Finance has launched the sukuk, especially for the climate. I think can be a good sign that we can, enlarge that to can be a blue. And also parametric insurance. We are currently working also with the NDP, try to, to possibly cooperations on parametric insurance and then environmental impact bonds. And then debt swap of nature. We are working right now with the U.S. government to debt swap some our debt to the U.S. government, kindly like about 15 million US dollar. So, but this is a kind of like a snapshot that how the potential working together with the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. By saying that, I would like to thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Hendra. It's so great to hear that there are already a lot of potential of blue finance investment, very innovative ones. And we've heard from you that blue carbon ecosystem is a nature-based climate solutions, but we'd also want to hear about all the other co-benefits of the blue carbon ecosystem. So I would like to invite Pak Ilman. You have 10 minutes, Pak, to present your presentation.
Thank you. You mentioned 10 minutes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity today. I would like to explain a little bit, I hope it can be short, about the potential of natural climate solution for climate change through Indonesia blue carbon. So next slide, please. The natural climate solution, I think, start to gain traction in 2017 when research from GRISCOM and also our colleagues from the Nature Conservancy saw that natural can provide over 37% contributions to reduce the climate change. And this investment here is far cheaper compared if you want to reduce the climate from energy sectors. In energy sector, you have to replace all factory, for example, all transportation systems. Those are very expensive. But in natural climate solution, you can get the same amount, even higher, with lower investment. That's why this is now become one promising alternative to reduce the climate change. Next. These are from my college, Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara, latest research, so that in Indonesia particularly, this become far more important because we have forests, we have wetlands that potential to capitalize all this potential to reach our goal. You can see here, the potential even reach 1.3 gigaton. That means it's already double with the volume net sink that in our NDC. Next. Yeah, here you can see that the business as usual predictions from volume is 714 million tons, and the potential from NCS is 1.3, so it's very big. Next. And what about from blue carbon? Yeah, of course, today we are talking about oceans ecosystem. We can also apply these natural climate solutions to our blue carbon, particularly right now in mangrove. As you may, the latest research publication from the government shows that we have 3.3 million hectares of mangrove, that mostly in intact conditions. And outside this 3.3, there are over 700,000 that potentially to be restored to mangrove again. And if we look at into the detail, next slide, please. Of these 700,000 hectares, 600 is actually, unfortunately, aquaculture farm. So this is really shows that the blue carbon in Indonesia is actually about aquaculture. 83% of the potential of the blue carbon in mangrove is coming from the aquaculture. And that means we have to be serious to our aquaculture. Next slide. Why? Because if you look at the research, if you look at the data from FAO, it shows here that aquaculture will continue to increase. And World Bank, I think in 2016, publication showed that this could double, what we have now could double from aquaculture in 2030. So this is really a threat and also potential to reduce our carbon emissions from natural climate solutions. That's why many of our colleagues already in Indonesia try to address this, including ourselves at Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. Next slide. You can see this is our approach. We try to have a very simple technology. Aquaculture usually use a very huge area of mangroves. And our simple technology that we propose is to reduce the size of aquaculture. And that means farmer will suffer reduction of income because we reduce the pond. This is what we want to address by try to improve the technology. If we can improve the technology, then the aquaculture productivity from the smaller pond actually can increase even larger than the original when the pond is still very big. So it's not that difficult. And all this potential, if we use assumption that every hectare here in our model will require $3,000 investment for every hectare, is still far lower compared to the potential price of carbon we already mentioned about 50 US dollar per ton. Even with $10 per ton, it's still economically feasible. So this is, I think, a good opportunity or potential investment in natural climate solutions for Indonesia, especially for blue carbon. Next. So currently, we have been doing this, I think, the second year now, by now, and a lot of challenge. It's not easy. Even though it's simple, but not that easy. For example, we want to transform the traditional aquaculture into, we call it stream carbon aquaculture, or secure. Our intention is to grow the mangrove naturally in combination with the aquaculture, but it turns out it's very difficult to let this mangrove grow naturally. So we have to plant manually, which increase the cost. We are currently working on to redesign the pond gates to ensure the natural seedlings can go into the pond and grow naturally. And secondly, second challenge right now is stream harvest is still quite low, yes, still comparable with the original one, but shows promising improvement. And then the last one is, this is, I would say, the most difficult part is land ownership, because most of these 600,000 hectares is most likely illegal, located inside the forestry or APL, but the community doesn't have the paperwork claiming that these are their own. So if we want to restore this mangrove, the community tend to reject that because they're afraid that once the mangrove grow, the government will take back this land. So this is, I think, something that we need to consider if we want to success in our natural climate solution support from mangrove or blue carbon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Yoman. Your presentation just put a bigger emphasis on the importance of sustainable management of the blue carbon ecosystem. Now I'd like to shift the discussion a little bit to carbon trading, and I'd like to invite Pak Riza. Pak Riza, as we all know that the blue carbon ecosystem has a huge potential also for carbon trading, but we know that it is still a very small portion of the large pie of the carbon trade globally. So do you see any opportunities, any views on that? You have 10 minutes, Pak.
Thank you, moderator, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I have my colleague here, Joel Hogarth, that will explain after my presentation that connected to what I'm about to explain. He will be explaining more on the how the legal framework for the opportunity that investment in blue carbon in Indonesia is going to be look like. Next slide, please. It's just gonna go next. This is just introduction for me and Joel. Next one. Yeah, this is just a global demand outlook. On the upside, there are the buyer side, and then on the bottom information there, Indonesia also has set a target to lower its emission by 29%. I think our earlier speakers already mentioned about that. So it is about 83.4 million tons per year until 2030, which if I can just translate that to our members of IDCTA, the Indonesian Carbon Trade Association, it is also an opportunity, so we can trade it domestically as well. It depends on how then the trading regulation look like. But of course, in the earlier one, I think we can see how the global demand looks like is very, very huge. Now we can consider that demand is much exceeding the supply. Next. What our previous speakers mentioned, I think I can just say that For nature-based solution, there's only 3 projects currently being certified. I think this is quite well-known, Rimba Raya, Rimba Makmur Utama, and I am the former CEO of Sumatra Merang Peatland Project. So, and I think there are many coming to lining up, trying to register and trying to develop, but still there are a concern on what the regulation is going to look like. Next. This is just an illustration from our colleagues as well. If you can see how the 2030 target, it looks like we need about 15 to 160 times as much of supply to be able to cover the 2030 targets, global 2030 targets of emission reduction. Next. And I'm not going to explain the potential of Indonesian blue carbon. I think Pak Kus, Pak Hendra, and my colleague also, the previous speakers already mentioned, seagrass are very huge potential, but I think there are not yet proven certified projects yet in Indonesia. So that's why we need collaboration on that, so we can sooner than later to promote that. And that's along with mangrove as well. Next. This is one example of current ongoing project of mangrove in West Kalimantan. It is around 18,000 hectares. This project will try to register both with SRN, the Indonesian Carbon Emission Reduction Standard and National Registry System, and also Vera, VCS. As you all know, I think the global market still prefer Vera on top of, and also along with other standard. But with the new presidential decree and also the ministerial decree, we know that for Indonesian carbon credits to be able to sell or to trade, you need to have the SRN, so it is mandatory to have that. Next. So this is the 2 concerns that I'm just gonna explain, and I think after this my colleague Joel will explain further. There's 2, I can just divide these 2 concerns. One is about the concern on Indonesian regulations, and the other one is FERA bottlenecks. So Indonesian regulation, as we all know, in the midst of trying to consolidate, I can say. But I think we already received and see ourselves that the new decree, both the presidential and ministerial already issued. And I think from the investors' perspective, we know we are much more clearer, even though there are still implementation regulations need to be issued as well and to be coordinated sooner than later. So I think, and the other one is how the SRN that already mandated, kind of like a high hope for the players, because I think there are requirement internally by the Ministry of Environment and Foreign Affairs that the process for validation issued certifying credits, it only takes 4 months, which is a good in compared to Vera that takes more than 2 or 3 years. So I think the bottlenecks in Vera itself needs to be resolved very quickly. That's why IDCTA urged that the revamp of Vera, I think, needs to be resolved very soon. Next. I think I'll pass this to Joel to continue the explanation.
Thanks, Riza. Before we go into the regulatory framework, I just want to say, IDCTA, we're here about carbon trading, and we're trying to answer the question, what is the value of our natural forests? Ecologists will tell you that our natural forests are irreplaceable wonders of the natural world, teeming with unique, fragile species, providing the carbon sinks and the carbon lungs that very literally help the whole world keep breathing. But until very recently, as a global species, we've placed very little economic value on our natural environment, which has inevitably come a distant second to the pressing demands of human development. My own native country, the United Kingdom, only has 2.5% of its ancient woodlands remaining, and over half of that has been logged and replaced. As a reflection of our own historic priorities, we've reserved more land to support our royal family than for our natural environment. Indonesia's rainforests are an incredible global heritage. Indonesia still has 120 million hectares of natural forest remaining, 50 times the amount of natural forest per person than my native country. And yet, we hear that this is still a developing country. Indonesia's GDP per capita is 1/10 of the UK. It's very hard for developed countries, which have already exploited their natural environments and created huge historical carbon emissions, to say that developing countries like Indonesia should not use their natural forests for their own economic development. And that's why, as a global species, if we truly value our rainforest, they must be given an economic value. Unless we have a monetary value, rainforest conservation will always lose out to the competitive demands of palm oil, acacia, and other land uses. If the developed world values rainforest conservation as much as chocolate spread on their morning toast, this needs to be reflected in the decisions it makes with the pocketbook. You know, for example, why is it that European countries will economically encourage Indonesia to turn rainforests into palm oil and acacia for biodiesel for their cars, and they will not yet accept rainforest credits for conserving our natural environment? What I'd like to say, to go into, if we put the slide back up, what Indonesia has done for our regulatory environment. And Indonesia's put together in record time after Article 6, if we just go back a couple of slides, after Article 6 of the Paris Agreement was adopted at COP26, Indonesia's put together a regulatory framework that actually enables secure legal investment. I was a corporate lawyer for 16 years before moving as an accidental environmentalist to finding economic solutions for saving rainforests. But Indonesia has put, if you go back a couple of slides, please, Indonesia's put together, what before? Yeah, a powerful regulatory framework which enables investment into rainforests. And very quickly, what do we need? We need secure property rights. We've got commercial forestry use permits, which can be granted for extendable periods of 90 years. That gives us the permanence required to conserve rainforests, which are tested because they're the same form of economic land uses as used for other land uses, such as palm oil and acacia. We have a foreign investment-friendly legal system. We have an investment coordination board which encourages foreign direct investment, and we have a central bank which gives a freely transferable currency and enables all forms of economic investment, whether it's through equity, debt, or hybrid, or Islamic financing, or anything in between. The Indonesia has put together a national registration system faster than almost any country in the world to facilitate Article 6 trading under COP26. These regulations have been put out in October last year, and they put forward an efficient and straightforward local registration system for carbon credits, which can be processed and we are also carbon project developers. We are developing our projects in parallel in compliance with the Indonesian national standards and the international standards promulgated by Vera. We have a freely tradable market system. The regulations provide for credits to be traded on and off market. And very importantly, these credits are Article 6 ready. The government's put in place a framework for both international cooperation with both private and public actors to enable trading under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Next slide. There's still a lot of work to do, but we're very, very encouraged with progress. You may have heard that certain carbon credit issuances were suspended. We're expecting those to resume very quickly as the national registration system becomes implemented in record time. We do still need to harmonize procedures and standards, particularly the Indonesian national standards with the international standards. What we don't want to have is a situation where we sort of burden projects with double registration and two sets of administrative requirements. It's hard enough getting one set of carbon auditors and one set of project design developments. And in fact, at the Carbon Trade Association, Riza and I are very keen to develop a standard for project design documents which are dual language in Bahasa Indonesia and in English, which are submitted in parallel both to the Indonesian system and to the Vera registry. And more importantly, Article 6 implementation. And we really do want to encourage other countries to work with Indonesia to give Article 6 recognition for rainforest credit. This is the only way, unless we can ascribe an economic value to the carbon in our rainforests, rainforests will always lose out to the competitive pressure of oil palm and acacia and other competing land uses. And Article 6 is a very powerful mechanism for other countries to change the balance of that power in favor of rainforest conservation. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Pak Riza and Joel. So I'm quite optimistic listening to your presentation. We have some potential, we have some basic foundations, but again, there are still a lot of things to do, but exciting things to do for the improvement. And now we will hear from Pak Prasetyo. Pak Prasetyo, we want to hear probably quite a different perspective how PT Pelabuhan Indonesia can also contribute to these efforts in blue carbon ecosystem governance.
Okay, thank you, moderators, distinguished panelists, distinguished speaker, and also ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Good morning. It's an honor for me to be here to present regarding the mitigation, adaptation to the conservation and sustainable livelihood in Indonesia's peat and mangrove ecosystem. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that in this century, we are facing the global warming and climate change issues. And that issues mostly caused by the increasing of population and also the existence of modernization in various fields. It means using the machine increasing every year. Since in early of 18th century, the world enters the industrial revolution. So, and since then, the global warming and climate change issues start to appear. Even though the impact has not been felt by human on that time. And some issues that often found in example like, we usually facing day by day for the plastic waste. Approximately 80% of total 9 million ton of global waste is plastic, even in Mariana Trench. Mariana Trench is the deepest trench in the world. We can still find the microplastic. Mariana Trench is the depth of Mariana Trench is 10 kilos, 10 kilometers. It's very, very deep. So we can still find the plastic in Mariana Trench, in the bottom of Mariana Trench. And the next issue is rising of the sea level. In the northern of coastal Java Island, we not just facing the increasing the sea level, but we also facing the land subsidence, and include in some of our port in northern of Java, also facing the sea level rising, and also the land subsidence. So when the two factors meet, it's a big flood, yeah. For example, like a couple of months ago in Semarang, we have a big flood. Yeah. And also, the other issue is air and water pollution. Yeah. The using fossil-based fuels will causing air pollution, such as diesel, firewoods, and etc. And also hazardous waste, and when didn't manage well, it can also impact to the water pollution. So it also impact to the human health, for example, like a cancer, lung disease, and etc. And the next issues is a reduction of the forest. As we know that forest is one of the important factor in the human living. Yeah. Forests also play the important role. I remember when I saw the movie Apocalypso. Yeah. The actor name is Jaguar Paul said that to their enemy, this is our forest. This is my father before me hunting in our forest, and now I'm hunting in our forest, and after I'm gone, my son will hunting in our forest. It means that forest is very important for the human living. We have to maintain the forest for the future, for our generation. And the last issue, another issue, is a sustainable ecosystem of flora and fauna. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that port is a gateway for logistic and supply chain, so port has important role to maintain the logistic and supply chain can be delivered well, especially in Indonesia. As we know that Indonesia is a archipelago country, so logistic and supply chain is very, very important. But many of the activities in the port also can impact to the environment and ecosystem sustainability, where the location of the port. That activities as follow, like the port equipment and supporting machine that still using the fossil base of the fuels. And also port waste can produce the hazardous and toxic waste, and also the vessel pollution. This is sometimes it will be a big problem for us. The linking of the vessel and the behavior of the crew to throw the plastic, the waste in the sea is a problem here. So next slide. So what is Pelindo strategy to reducing the environmental effect that can impact the global warming and climate issue? We also have a legal basis in international. We have a Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement, and also Glasgow Climate Pact. In maritime sector, we based on the International Maritime Organization, IMO, the regulation from IMO, and also the regulation from Ministry of Transportation called MARPOL. And in internal Pelindo, we also have the Board of Director regulation regarding the guideline for integrated environment management system. So we already have the regulation and guideline to maintain the environment and manage the environment. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, since October 2021, Pelindo merged became one Pelindo. Previously, there are Pelindo 1, 2, 3, and 4. And with the merger, Pelindo has a large scale of the logistic and supply chain connectivity. And we manage more than 110 ports and terminal in Indonesia. And approximately 40% port that Pelindo manages are living side by side with the mangrove and peat ecosystem, such as some port in Sumatra, in Kalimantan, and also Bali and Sulawesi, and some of port in also in Java. Currently, the role of tropical peat and mangrove in Indonesia is increasingly become strategic, both in terms of cultivation aspect and as well as environmental aspect. For this reason, peats and mangroves should be managed in a balanced manner between their function as protected areas and cultivation, so that they can be used as much as possible for the welfare for the community, both for the current and future generation. Next, please. And the next is a Pelindo initiative. Pelindo has own procedure, as I mentioned before, in carrying out port developments and operational activities, such as environment studies that have to do in the initial development phase. So in the first step in our development, we have to have environmental study first. The next is monitoring environment impact status periodically every 6 months and reported to the Ministry of Forest and Environment. Pelindo also has a corporate social responsibility program that focusing on the environment and also the mangrove and peat ecosystem. It have to well planning and well implemented, not just give the community to maintain the ecosystem, but also we increasing the quality of the mangrove and peat ecosystem. Some example of that initiative are conservation, the equipment from diesel engines to the electricity, and also we provide the onshore connection to serve the electricity for the ship that berthing in our quays, and also we have a program to using the renewable energy, for example like solar panel. For the first phase, we using solar panel for our public lighting in our terminals. Also, we have waste management and soil improvement and water conservation. Water conservation is more important, because we reducing to use the groundwater. For example, like in Semarang. In Semarang, we not allowed our partners in that have a partnership with us to use the groundwater because the groundwater can impact to the land subsidence. And the next is provide the reception facility for the hazardous and toxic waste. Next slide. This is the implement of peat and mangrove ecosystem sustainability. We already total area in all regional is still little, comparing with the Ministry of Maritime and Investment. We already planned the replanting the mangrove only 313 hectare. But our program to replanting the mangrove and increasing the quality of the mangrove and peat ecosystem still continue year by year. So next plan, we still have more than 300 hectare. So as I mentioned before, we not just replanting, also maintain the existing mangrove ecosystem with integrated with the ecotourism, community education, reduction of the plastic use program. Next slide. This is our case study in Terminal Teluk Lamong in Tanjung Perak Port. in Surabaya, East Java, we already implemented the sustainability mangrove area. We developed the edu-tourism in Teluk Lamong because Teluk Lamong we are living side by side with the mangrove area. Number 4 is mangrove area in Teluk Lamong. And we also educate the community around the mangrove to have mangrove ecotourism. And also culinary based on the mangrove ecosystem like crab and fish and etc. Next. And this is the birds that living in our mangrove. A lot of bird, a lot of biodiversity of flora and fauna found in Terminal Teluk Lamong. So yeah, this is our strategy to living side by side with mangrove and pit. Thank you. And also, yeah, the last. And also, 5 key success factor for me is one, we have to have a clear vision. The second, we have to have the implemented planning to achieve the vision, and also we have to have a strong commitment to implement the planning, and also we have to have a consistency with that commitment. And the last, we have to have a good communication in each other. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you, Pak Prasetyo. And now we have 20 minutes for question and answer. I'd like to invite the questions from the ones that are here today attending the conference. I see one hand over there and one hand here. Okay, we'll start with 2 questions. Can someone please give the mic to the second table?
Okay. Hello, good morning. Thank you for all the panelists and the moderator for a very interesting discussion. I'm Karen from IUGI, and there's like 2 questions that I want to ask, but if there's limited time, maybe one of the questions can be answered. So the first is on Pak Hendra's presentation on MPA expansion. So if we look at the national mangrove map that was recently published last year, we see that most of the mangroves, around 50% of the mangroves are located in APL or production forests, which compared to other forest zones, it is less protected and more economic activities are there and possibly threatening these mangroves. And considering that the carbon storage of mangroves are very high, and conservation is always a priority compared to replanting and rehabilitating. Does the government have any specific target for blue carbon in the rezoning, or possibly there's a more specific target for blue carbon into MPAs? That is my first question. And the second one is there's also recently very, very great principles, guidelines from the TNC and the CI and other organizations on high quality blue carbon credits. They propose, I think, 5 principles, and one of them is empowering local people. For example, is respecting tenure, respecting local traditional knowledge. How do you see these high principles of blue carbon credits be played in the current the developing market? Would it be, you know, safeguarded by certain policies to make sure that blue carbon projects or blue carbon credits in Indonesia are, you know, following these high quality guidelines, or would, you know, the market themselves would, you know, evolve and push these principles for projects to come? So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pa Hendra, I think you can have the time now to answer the first question.
Right. Thank you, Mbak Karen. For me, the key word here is like what we call this protecting the existing. So we want to protect that what we have so far, and of course for the mangrove we put it like we have already example. So we put it into the part of the marine spatial planning. So in our marine spatial planning, we divided 4 areas. First, what we call this a general use purpose zone. Second is a marine conservation zone, and 4 is strategic or specific strategic zone, and then the last one is a sea land. So the mangrove can be part of like marine protected area zone. So, and then we have also already enacted our ministerial decree to classify that area can become a potential blue carbon area. So I hope this answer your question, Bu, Karen. And the second, I think better ask the practitioner. So thank you.
Yes. So second question, very good question. So the first thing that you learn is not all carbon credits are alike. And there's very different qualities of carbon credits based on, you know, many of the factors that you mentioned, whether they meet climate, community, biodiversity standards, you know, whether they meet UN Sustainable Development Goals. This is one of the areas where international community really can step up and encourage mangrove conservation, because you know, blue carbon projects are perhaps more expensive than peatland rainforest, certainly in cost per hectare. Certainly if you want to give back to the local communities, you know, the requisite percentages of the profits from that, you know, there is an economic driver to all of those things. And so for me, I think it's very key that, you know, if you can't use mangrove credits to offset coal-fired power plants in Indonesia, that's not going to work, and it's not going to be economic. You know, but if you could trade mangroves credits, you know, for example, in a European ETS system towards European ETS goals, that suddenly makes a huge difference as to whether these things become economic. And I think as part of that Article 6 framework, countries who do want to encourage those standards that you want, that you know, very rightly we should insist on, they can make those conditions of being allowed to trade those credits internationally. But thank you. Very good question.
Thank you very much for the answer, Pak Hendra and Pak Joel. And another question. Do we have any mic over here?
I think, yeah. All right. Thanks a lot for the great presentations. Mine maybe is more of a comment. So I'm from the World Bank, and we are working very closely with Kemenkomarves, Bergem, KKP, KLHK on creating incentives for the management of these important ecosystems, mangroves, seagrass, and so on. I think one comment I would say is, in general, the need for us to focus on implementation. I think Indonesia is at a point where there is already a lot of funding committed, available, and getting this done is very difficult. So I think, I mean, the presentation from Pa Ilman and Yakan is eye-opening, right? I mean, there is a big difference between pledging 600,000 hectares, right, and doing even 10 hectares. Because every hectare is owned by someone, has a history, has a community, has something, right? And each tree is a little history. So doing these large-scale restoration type of activities is really very, very challenging. So it's impressive how Indonesia is taking this at the highest level. Even at the G20, I mean, the leaders will be invited to plant mangroves, so this is amazing. But I think we need really to look at these issues. On land tenure, I would like to mention that one thing we are doing with Bergame now is approaching ATR BPN, so the land agency, to really start going in detail on these things. One idea that is coming up is the possibility in hak milik or different types of land rights to have some sort of ecosystem services rights. But this, of course, will take a lot of time. I mean, this is changing land legislation, and these are very difficult things. Still in line with this idea of emphasis on implementation, I would say emphasis on learning. So I think later we're going to have our friends from Kalimantan Timur speaking. In Kaltim, the World Bank, we have just made the first payments for results-based finance. And this is all based on very detailed, complex carbon methodologies internationally recognized. And one of the elements of that is a benefit sharing plan. So I think that, and this has been approved, I mean, this has been a product of FPIC, so free prior informed consent, with KLHK, with the province. We are now trying to replicate this in Jambi. So I think there is already a bit of a blueprint of how to do this, which has legitimacy from different partners. It is a jurisdiction, and it is not a project, and the relation of a jurisdiction and a project is a complex one, but I think it's important. The last thing just that I would mention is I'm very glad to hear from the private sector a positive outlook into the national legislation, which is evolving. I mean, just last week, right, KLHK issued the new decree. But just one thing I think we all need to keep in mind, right? The reason why developing countries have been very careful on approaching carbon markets is because they are players now, right? I mean, in a Paris world is completely different from a Kyoto world because these countries also have commitments, right? So this whole issue, I think we need to be very careful when we say carbon, because there is carbon which is results-based finance, like what the World Bank is paying for, and there are some which are offsets which carry corresponding adjustment, meaning that whatever is sold, the government will need to deduct from their own NDC, which has costs for them, and they need to compare the cost of that with the price they are getting. And this comparison is very complex because the market is not yet mature, because the marginal abatement costs for the country are complex to estimate and so on. But I think it is important to make this distinction between carbon payments that carry a responsibility for the state, for the government, and those that are basically payment for results without a corresponding adjustment. Yeah? Thanks.
Thank you very much for the comments, sir.
Can I add
Yeah.
just one comment
Sure,
also
Marisa.
Related to the earlier question about the legality? I think it also reflects to your comments. We have some concern from smallholders, for example. I think as much as we are delighted that the new ministerial decree with the SRN and the ICER is already issued, but I think there is some concern regarding the only projects that can be registered is PBPH only. So I think smallholders have grown concern whether HGU or hak milik can also be eligible. So I think, yeah, we are open to discuss that, and I'm very hopeful that this smallholders concern can be answered as well.
Thank you very much, Pariza. We heard a lot of important points from our speakers and also from the floor today. I just like to conclude a little bit before I wrap it up. So we've heard that the first one, we can make use of the Presidential Decree 120 of 2020, as a foundation for climate actions and also to amplify the ambitions that we have for the NDC. And number two, there are already some potential innovative blue finance instruments. And number three, we need to capture the large global demand for carbon offset. And number four, how to do it? We should ascribe monetary value of our natural resources for the sake of preservation of the ecosystems. And number five, we are starting at quite a strong point in terms of the legal foundation, but we do have a lot of improvement to make. And one of them is to harmonize the standards with the international standards. And number five, we should promote innovation that can reduce emissions from unsustainable use of the blue carbon ecosystem and transform it to some of the best practices. We've heard some of them, sustainable aquaculture and also ecotourism. And if possible, adding a comments from the floor, acknowledging the ecosystem services rights. And the last one, which is very important, this is a all hands on deck situation. This does not rely only on policy making by the ministries, but also a lot of contributing factors and including the operation of ports. It has been such a very interesting discussion. Unfortunately, we have to conclude this panel, and I hope this will open up a bigger path for partnerships and investment in climate actions. Thank you very much for all the amazing speakers. Thank you very much for the audience joining here in Bali and also joining virtually. Now I will hand the mic over to the Master of Ceremony.
All right. Thank you so much for all the speakers and moderators this morning. Can we hear a big round of applause for the speakers and the moderator? For all the speakers and moderator, kindly remain on stage because we will continue this session by hand over the souvenir special for the speakers this very beautiful morning. So I'd like to invite Bapak Saleh Nugrahadi to present the souvenir for the speakers and also the moderator for this very such a fruitful dynamic sessions. Please be on stage Bapak Saleh Nugrahadi, the Assistant Deputy Coordinating Minister for Watershed Management and Natural Resources Conservation, CMMAI. Please give big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for witnessing these very important sessions. Our first talk show session about blue carbon. So after this, we will have a 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, and kindly be informed that today's event consists of 3 talk show sessions that attended by different participants. So you are very welcome if you interested to join our second sessions. After the coffee break, you may please re-enter this room. Our refreshment, coffee and tea are served outside this room. So please enjoy our break session for 5 minutes while we are preparing the stage for the second talk show session this afternoon. Let's continue this session by photo session with the moderator and also the speakers in our first talk show session about blue carbon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to do the count from 3, 2, 1. Give your big smile, all the speakers and moderator. Thank you so much for the very fruitful session according to our topic, blue carbon. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the 5 minutes coffee break sessions and kindly be informed once again that our event today consists of 3 talk show sessions. We have seen the first session, and after this we are ready for the second and also the third session that will attended by different participants. So please enjoy your refreshment time and see you in another session this morning. Thank you. I'll be back soon. and gentlemen, I think we are ready to continue our second talk show session this afternoon. After had a refreshment tea or coffee, I think we are ready. So I would like to hear a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we are ready for our second talk show session this afternoon. So without any further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished moderator for our second talk show session this afternoon. Please welcome on stage Mr. Muhammad Saleh Nugrahadi, Assistant Deputy Coordinating Minister for Watershed Management and Natural Resources Conservation, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, Republic of Indonesia. Please be on stage, our moderator for second talk show session this afternoon. Mr. Saleh, stage is yours.
Thank you, MC. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for remaining being here. And we will still have one session. I think it's very important session before we have lunch. And this morning we have heard about the quite unique and also interesting description from our Coordinating Minister, Mr. Luhut, about the cooperations between three countries, and also our Vice Prime Minister. So. This morning I tried to see what is connected between Brasilia, Congo, and Indonesia. If you see the Google map, I think those three countries lies exactly on the same region as in tropical countries, and those three countries are three countries that have the 10 largest forest area in the world, led by Brasilia, of course, and then Indonesia, Congo and Indonesia. And the world concerned that this area as a OPEC for rainforest. However, those three countries also are the 5 largest deforestation area. This is the data that show us. And if you see the emission of carbon dioxide, for example, Brasilia emit 450.1 metric tons of CO2, and then Indonesia 568 metric ton, but Congo they still very less, 3.23. So we can see that if those three countries cooperate each other, I think this is very important that those three countries are the 5th biggest tropical primary forest in the world. So without further ado, I would like to invite the first speaker is Pak Sugeng Harmono. He is the Assistant Deputy for Coordinating Minister for Forestry Planning and Environment Management. Please, Pak Sugeng, on stage. And the second speaker is Pak Iwan Darmawan. He is the head of Economic Bureau of the East Kalimantan Provincial Secretary, which represent the governor of the East Kalimantan. And the third is also Indonesian, Pak Andre Rodriguez Aquino. Please, Pak Andre. So, we have all the speaker, and I think we have very limited time. So I wish that every speaker can present and talk 10 minutes, and then we can have enough time for discussion. And I give the floor first to my colleague, Pak Sugeng. Please, Pak Sugeng.
Thank you, Pak Saleh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. Please allow me to just sharing and present some cooperation that have been doing with the three countries. My presentation is on importance of the tropical forest partnership for climate and people. So I can stand here, it's better for me. Next. There are four the outline of the presentation. One, I would like to share about the importance of the tropical forest, and the second item is on the tropical towards the tropical forest partnership, and then some lesson learned that we can share to other country regarding the forest and also others program, and then the next agenda of the tropical forest partnership. The next. This, like Pak Saleh mentioned before, that the world has in total 4.06 billion hectare, which is 31% of the total land area, and 45% of the total forest area is the tropical forest. We can see that the tropical forest is about 45%, and then boreal, temperate, and then subtropical. And for the tropical forest, like our moderator said, that there are 10 biggest countries to hold the tropical forest area, and the 3 biggest are the Brazil, and then DRC and Indonesia. So in total is 761 million hectare, or the 42% of the tropical forest. And we know that the tropical forest is provide a critical ecosystem services both for the people, economic, and also for the biodiversity and other function like cycle regulation, erosion, and then also for flood control. And the 3 countries, Indonesia, Brazil, and DRC, have a common interest, like Pak Luhut said in the opening session, to collaborate to increase the value of their tropical forest and to ensure this tropical forest is continue to benefit the climate and people. Next. And the right side, you see the map of the distribution of global distribution of forest. Next, please. And this is, I just want to talk about the Indonesia, that we have the largest archipelagic country in the world with great potential we have 300 ethnic group and then 700 language, and also abundant with natural resource, include the renewable energy potential, and also we have growing digital economy. Next slide, please. And I want just to share the step or activities or action that have been done toward the tropical forest partnership. Is a year ago in pre-COP 26, there are a virtual meeting between 3 ministries, Minister Leiter, and then Madam Efe and Ibu Siti Nurbaya, and continue the trilateral meeting in COP 26 in Glasgow. They are called the Initiate of Forest Power for Climate Action. After that, after 1 year, there is no activities to follow up the initiate. Then Pak Luhut in August in Bali, the Deputy Minister of Environment meeting. We have a bilateral meeting with Minister Leiter to follow up the initiate. And then on September, there are also the bilateral meeting with Pak Luhut and also Madam Eva to more concrete action in the collaboration. And then for October, there are in pre-COP 27 in Kinshasa, the 3 representatives of the 3 countries met there and then discussed about the possibility to sign or to announce the collaboration in COP 27 in Egypt. But there are still some discussion and clearance about the joint statement between countries. So in the COP 27, there are joint remarks. So the 3 countries is agreed to finalize and clearance the joint statement, and now will be signed in the G20 side event in here today. Next. In this, we can see the timeline that I have mentioned before from the next year, 22 October and then until now, and at the red cycle, we aware that today at the 6 p.m. there will be a signing cooperation or signing the partnership that will be signed by Minister Luhut, Minister Efe, and also the ambassador of Brazilian as a representative of Minister later. So this is the timeline and the activities that have been done towards the tropical forest partnership. Next. This is the objective and the area of the cooperation. The objective is to establish a framework for tropical forest and climate action cooperation based on the principle of equality, mutual respect, trust, and benefit. There are the three areas that have been agreed in the joint statement. One is sustainable management and conservation of tropical forests. These some activities or program that could be included or could be part in this cooperation, like sustainable forest management, including timber product management, prevention and controlling of forest fire, and then social forestry, deforestation, biodiversity conservation, and management. And the second one is bioeconomy for healthy forests and people. Healthy is come from Pak Andre, the idea of Pak Andre, healthy forest. Some program that could be included in this area, like climate finance and carbon market, PES, payment for environmental services, particularly for forests, and then bioprospecting, we could be included in this item, and also follow netting. And then the third one is restoration of critical ecosystem and forest. Peat-land restoration, mangrove restoration, and also forest restoration. This is could be included in the area of this program. And if there are other idea, other initiative or other program that not include in the three of the proposed or agreed cooperation, it could be other topic upon agreement between parties. Next. And this is the some national program that could be part of the partnership. Thank you, Pak Andre. Indonesia, you could be follow netting. NECA, we have the Perpres for NECA and the National Carbon Market, low carbon agriculture, and then mangrove, peatland restoration, social forestry. From DRC, there's some initial program that maybe could be included in the part of the partnership, like the presidential initiative 1 billion trees, and then land use planning reform, letter of intent, and others. And then from Brazil, we could maybe some program that important to be part of this cooperation, like program Forest Plus, Código Forestal, and others. Pak Andre, I think, know better about this program compared to me. Next. I just want to raise some program that could be sharing or policy and experience with other countries. Like, we have the very good on the deforestation and forest fire. We have reaching the lowest level in the past 20 years, in 70% in 29 and 2022. And then also we have a good and big program, like Pak Menko said, Pak Lut said, that we have 600 of critical land of mangrove that will be reached in 2025, and also 1.2 million hectare of peatland. We could be share the implementation and then the policy on that issue. On tropical peatland, we have a very huge area, 24.7 million hectare, and there's some program that we could share, like peatland village awareness, and then also integrated peatland management model. And also we have known that there are ITPC, International Tropical Peatland Center, that have been set up, but the implementation is still, I think, in the early step, so we can push that this ITPC could be more implementing in the site. Next. We can also share our policy or program on the social forestry. This is one of the priority program of the President Jokowi to ensure that tenure issues and also to make more access for the local community to utilize forest area and reducing poverty. I think Brazil have also forest-based local or something like that that could be shared, and we have target of 12.7 million hectare by 2024. Up to now, we still have 5 million hectares. So we still have homework to finish this program, reach 12.7 million hectare. Next. And I just want to highlight some conclusion and then the next agenda that, as we know, the Brazil, DRC, and also Indonesia harbor the largest area of tropical forest, and including wetland, peatland, and mangrove in the world, and we are committed to conserve, sustainably manage, and restore this critical important system for climate and people. And then the G20 presidency of Indonesia is taken a suitable timing to enhance the strengthened partnership between Brazil, DRC, and Congo to accelerate attention and collaboration on tropical forest and climate cooperation. So finally, we agreed, the three countries agreed to be sign the tropical forest partnership today. And I think this is the first step, that important first step that have to be immediately follow up with a series of activities such as the preparation and agreement on the MOU, also the concrete action plan, and we have also have to find the funding to implement the program, because if we have a good program, good plan, but there is no funding, it could be not implemented. So I think this is our next step to ensure that the partnership could be implementing in the field and beneficial to three countries. I think it's enough for me. Thank you, Pak Saleh.
Thank you, Pak Sugeng. Very interesting about the initiative on this journey. So the next speaker will be talking about the carbon benefit for people from forest partnership in East Kalimantan, progress and a challenge. To Bapak Iwan Darmawan, please.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Saleh, and I follow to Mr. Sugeng to stand about the introduce. Okay, next. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, carbon benefit for people from forest partnership in East Kalimantan, Indonesia, progress and challenge. Next. Okay, we can see overall of East Kalimantan has one of the largest provinces in economic in Indonesia. We know 12.7 million hectare, with 54 is the forest area. And population 1.8 million, and GDP 695 trillion. And economic dominated by mining, while renewable industries, forest, fishery account for a small percentage of GDP. And we know about East Kalimantan, between Kalimantan overall, East Kalimantan contribute about 49.7% to Kalimantan Islands economics, the largest economic in East Kalimantan. Next. Why research-based payment and why East Kalimantan strategy for forest partnership? And we know RBV in the forestry sector important in Indonesia about ambitious target under nationally determined contribution and long-term strategy. And the second biggest source of emission, low-cost mitigation. And government budget cover only 34% to total requirement to make area green. Reward current initiative. And we know, is we see the table, forest and land use potential emission reduction about 655 meter ton CO2, established cost about $559 billion. And we know East Kalimantan in the green table, Indonesia sebagai approach a national strategy, subnational implementation, implement in all jurisdiction of East Kalimantan. And second, high government by it through Kalimantan Green, a regional chapter to green growth, transformative economic structure. We know from extractive economy to added value, job creation, community enterprise, and new value chains. And larger forest area, 689 million hectare with a higher rate of forest loss. And next. This is the component of emission reduction program to address key drivers of deforestation and land degradation. We know in East Kalimantan, oil plantation have about 50% make driven to make the deforestation and regularization. Oh no, the program we can make the emission reduction, the first, forest and land governance. To improve listen and governance. And two, restoration and land tenure conflict. The third, reconnection of indigenous peoples. And four, strengthening village planning. And component two, improving forest supervision and administration, strengthening the capacity of forest management unit, in we call KPH. And two, strengthening the capacity of plantation sector in province and region. Component three, reducing deforestation and forest degradation in census area. The first, implementation of sustainable plantation and management of highest conservative areas. And two, support for farmer and community-based fire monitoring and management system. And the third, implementation of sustainable production forest management policy. The component four, how to sustainable alternative for communities. The one, alternative livelihood development. The third, conservative partnership. And the third, social forestry. The five component, program management, monitoring, and evaluation. The first, program coordinating and management. And the third, monitoring and evaluation. And the third, program communication. Next. This is the timeline implementation of emission reduction program for FGPF, Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, Carbon Fund. In start from 2017, we start to RDP presentation, and in 2019 we make ERDP approval, and next in about 2020 we make a ERPA, emission reduction payment agreement, between government Indonesian and World Bank. Next, in 2021 until 2022, we must reporting period first start from June 1917 until December 30, 2020. And the period 2 from January 21, 2021 until December 33, 2022. And that's the third period, January 23 until December 30, 2024. ISCAL team must to reduce 5 million ton CO2. And we can, ISCAL team can 25 million US dollar from World Bank. And after we CAL team period 2, 8 million tons CO2, and CAL team is Kalimantan take 40 million US dollar. And the third period, if we reduction emission 10 million tons, we, Kalimantan can 45 million US dollar. And next, this is a jurisdiction from activity we must control in to save bahwa activity in this area is okay. Next. This is the emission report has declared to Kalimantan, report to Bank Dunia, World Bank, in period July until 2027. Number emission report has declared about 30 million CO2. If we compare the agreement has the before slide, in this period, one period, we must declare just 5 million ton CO2. But in this report, we have actual, we have reduced 30 million CO2. Next. This is the progress of advance payment in December. Alhamdulillah, East Kalimantan have distribute from World Bank to institution of environmental funding about 20.9 million US dollar. Alhamdulillah. In November. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Andre. Okay, next.
Dipercepat, Pak.
Yeah, okay. This is the regulation have make to ISKAL team. The first, we have regional regulation number 7 in 2018, and third, national regulation, regional regulation number 7 in 2019. And next. Nah, this is the proportion of benefit we can give from World Bank. The first, responsibility, 25%, and for performance, 65%, and reward for historical forest protection, 10%. This is the schema in we make a regulate and has approved and has to make in the agreement. Next. This is a flow of benefit distribution. The first, if we take money to distribute to institution of environment funding, and next to distribute to Province Kalimantan, Kementerian KHK, and other non-government intermediary and district in government in kabupaten kota. Next.
1 menit, Pak.
Yeah, okay. Allocation of responsibility to operational cost and capacity building. And next, about program benefit to performance, distribute to professional, provincial, district, and masyarakat. Lanjut, next. Community, and next. How about the reward implementation? Ya, beneficiary kepada community, plantation farmer group, social forestry group, climate and village. Then next, lanjut. Oke, this is the challenge terakhir. Oke, ya, the last. The challenge implementing of emission reduction, how to coordinate the adjustment of authority about responsibility and various level, about the forestry, plantation, environmental, marine and fisher, and village community. And two, about technical regulation such as measurement, monitoring, and reporting, MLC, at national level are not yet available. And the third, methodology for calculating benefit for beneficiary and benefit sharing mechanism is not available. Therefore, several steps to consultation have been carried out with the parties. The fourth, encourage the government funds to support REDD implementation. Next, the last, change in government staff. We have no, but in the government maybe to berputar, to mutasi. Ya. The next, geography Kalimantan Timur is Kalimantan yang sangat luas, ya. Provinsi is luas sehingga memerlukan keterlibatan required resources and involvement of non-government parties. Yang ketiga, highly price of fossil energy could drive the program design abandoned by the land owner communities considering the value of benefits from coal exploitation activities makes more money than the carbon emission reduction program activities. The last, head of regional changes concern. In the provincial and about the Regency, and the election in 2024 will have the possible to change the policy established. Thank you.
Oke, Pak.
Okay.
Terima kasih. Please give applause to Pak Agus. Thank you, Pak Agus. But I'm so sorry because we are shorted of time. I should stop the presentation. So and then I give the last presentation to Pak Andre. Pak Andre, please, time is yours for only 10 minutes maximum.
Okay. Thanks. Selamat pagi, ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak. As a Brazilian national, currently managing the World Bank Program for Sustainable Development in Indonesia, and having lived in Kinshasa, in the DRC, for forestry issues, it's a great pleasure for me to be here. It's an honor, and it makes me very hopeful. The World Bank welcomes this cooperation between Brazil, Indonesia, and the DRC, which has led to a joint statement on forests for climate and people. The three countries harbor the largest share of tropical forests, as we have heard, and a great share of biodiversity, tropical biodiversity, which is also the highest in the world. Thus, the partnership to strengthen tropical forest management and conservation offers a lot of hope. This partnership will not only benefit the three countries themselves, but also the world, particularly through climate change mitigation and biodiversity protection. I believe that this partnership can foster cooperation, knowledge exchange, and mobilization of additional funding for biodiversity conservation and climate mitigation. Indonesia, Brazil, and the DRC have a lot of knowledge to share with the world and among themselves. From mobilizing climate finance to the promotion of sustainable rural development and promoting bioeconomic value chains and large-scale ecosystem restoration. As an example, the government of Indonesia has successfully reduced deforestation in the past 5 years and adopted an ambitious Follow Net Sink 2030 goal. This is needed to meet its enhanced NDC. Without the forest sector, as we have already heard several times, the goals that Indonesia has set themselves would not be achieved. We are proud to be a partner of Indonesia in this long journey. I would like to particularly mention what Pa Iwan just mentioned, the support to the East Kalimantan program. And here we are talking about partnerships. I mean, this is a program that builds on significant work that others have done, including TNC, Yakan, working in Barao initially, then in East Kalimantan, others such as Triple GI, GGGI, other NGOs and stuff. So a program like this, which we are proud, last week we made the first payments for, has been going on for over 10 years. So these are not, well, just the benefit sharing slide shows the complexity of what we are talking about here. But we are very glad that with the continued support of KLHK, of KAL-TEAM, we have come to an important milestone. We are also working on Jambi on a similar model, and we do hope to be able to support other provinces and to support the national government to create systems that allow the scale-up of these types of initiatives. The other initiative I would like to mention is mangroves. So we have mentioned blue carbon before. We have a new, quite large, almost $500 million support for mangrove restoration. And this has been prepared very quickly, actually, because it's a different mechanism of financing. So I think another plea here is that we need to look at different mechanisms whereby climate financing for forests can be allocated. The World Bank has also worked with Brazil for over 40 years. One thing we're very proud of having supported is out of the Rio 92 convention, it was not a convention yet, right? It founded the conventions. The Rio 92 conference. The G7 entrusted the bank with the creation of what was the first large-scale conservation effort. It was called the PPG7, the pilot program for the pilot program of the G7 for the conservation of Brazil's rainforest. And it focused on the Amazon and the Brazilian rainforest on the coast. And this has led to significant results, which to this day are important at the subnational level, national level. Likewise, in the DRC, we are very glad to be supporting the national and subnational government. DRC has a program in the Maindombe province, which is similar to East Kalimantan, where the World Bank has committed to provide emission reductions payments. And we are now supporting the establishment of a large-scale program to restore areas of degraded forests in the DRC. To finalize, and back to the question that I was asked, was to lessons in promotion of South-South exchange. The World Bank has been engaged in South-South exchange. We have a South-South exchange fund. I myself, when I was based in the DRC, we organized a series of learning exchanges between Brazil and the Congo Basin countries, Congo, Gabon, Central African Republic. When I was now in Southern Africa, we organized a series of exchanges with Brazil on protected areas management, biodiversity finance. And earlier with the UNDP, we led a coalition of, it was Brazil, Indonesia, DRC, Ethiopia, Vietnam, on the establishment of a national environmental funds. So all with this idea of fostering knowledge exchange across this country. South-South exchanges, like this partnership that is about to be launched, have taught us important lessons. One of these lessons is the need to build partnerships around common interests based on technical dialogue and ensuring that all partners have equal voice and participation. And this takes a lot of effort to create such a platform. Multi-stakeholder involvement is also key. And this includes subnational governments, civil society, indigenous peoples, and the private sector. It's key that technical staff is involved from the beginning to maintain continuity of such partnerships and to make them into reality. So, such a partnership will require dedicated resources and personnel to sustain the momentum and to achieve the partnership's laudable objectives. We from the World Bank stand ready to support the Tropical Forest Partnership for Climate and People by connecting members among themselves to other stakeholders, including other tropical forest nations, and contributing countries by facilitating equitable dialogue and providing technical support as needed. To conclude, in Indonesia, I look forward to ensuring that this collaboration will support the government's ambitious Follow Net Sink agenda, and that this will lead to increased financing resources, both international but also domestic, as we just heard. Robust partnerships like the one we gathered for today can foster knowledge and additional financing. We hope that this is one step in a long journey towards more collaboration. Thanks so much for your...
Thank you, Pak Andre, for the speech. Very interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard about 3 initiatives. For example, the first about the importance of tropical forest cooperation, and the second, we have heard the presentation of Pak Iwan about how can we get the benefit from forest partnership, and the third, the lesson learned that just presented by Pak Andre. So I open 2 questions for the audience. Please raise your hand and mention your name. Two person. Is there any from the left side? Yes, please, sir. The microphone.
Check.
Okay, thank you. My name is Adam Durand. I work for the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, commonly known as FAO. I have to say this morning is very exciting, what we're hearing, very positive stories from around the world, especially driven and led by Indonesia. So this is really encouraging, I have to say. The presentations we've seen this morning, starting with the blue carbon ones, which especially on mangroves, has a special place in my heart for mangroves. I think it's really great opportunities. It's in the early days for mangroves. But just now, we've heard how it has been delivered on east coast of Kalimantan. I'm very impressed to be seeing the results and hearing of the payments that have been made and the very detailed work that has been done here by the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, supported, of course, funded by the World Bank, but most importantly, delivered by the Indonesians operating on this. So I really congratulate all of them. So the World Bank mentioned, Andre Aquino mentioned, the long time and effort that it has taken, 10 years to get this project going. What my question is, can we also make, or how can we make a model to take the lessons learned from this successful achievement and help it make the new forest carbon partnership between these other countries accelerate? Because these other countries, Brazil, very advanced already, has a sophisticated system of forest carbon payments already established. But the other partners in this partnership, the initial ones in Congo, are at a much earlier stage. But we don't want to have them wait 10 years. So how can we take the models? And I offer from FAO our experience and our willingness to also partner and support these operations. We have offices in all these countries and many of the potential countries, and so we would like to replicate, but we want to build on the good experiences. Can we get some lessons out of this project that we can replicate? All of them will be different in different countries. You need a different model everywhere, but can we adapt and go faster and run after we have been walking for a long time? I ask if the panel has got any comments or questions on how to get the lessons learned. Some is in your slides, but please tell us more from your experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Adam. So before I get to the answer, I invite one other, if there is any person who would like to deliver the question in the session. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Is there any? No? So please, I think I would like to first maybe Pak Agus and then Pak Andre and later Pak Sugeng ya. Pak Agus silakan Pak. Jangan lihat slide. Sorry maaf. Pak Iwan maaf salah. Astagfirullahaladzim. Maaf ya Pak. Bahasa Indonesia boleh Pak nanti.
Ya, terjemahkan. Ya.
Pak Andre please later on. Ya. Silakan.
Oke.
Silakan Pak Iwan.
Ya, jadi progres bagaimana Forest Carbon Partnership Facility ini, kalau kita melihat dari tahun 2013 dimulai, ya dari tahun 2013 bagaimana kita menyiapkan, ya.
Should I translate or Pak Adam, can you understand the answer?
Bukan saya.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So it's it started since 2013. He said the initiative of this. Please, Pak.
Yeah, Indonesia make the first to make the design approach jurisdiction and to make a transformative commitment, and in the next we must to document of idea about emission reduction program and to make a design result-based payment instrument like a benefit sharing plan, safeguard grievance mechanism, free prior information consent. And next, we make feedback to the national system, monitoring, reporting, and verification. And the last, to make emission reduction payment agreement. Okay.
One other question, I think, what make it so long? The process took 10 years, yeah? Since the initiation and so on. And what is the hinder or maybe the hambatan apa sih Pak yang itu?
Ya.
Constraint-nya apa?
Constraint-nya kalau in Indonesia, jadi awalnya kita belum memiliki regulasi secara teknis tentang bagaimana mengukur dan memonitoring hasil daripada penurunan karbon itu.
Okay.
Itu harus
The first
disepakati.
constraint, Indonesia doesn't have any regulation or and also the system for monitoring and evaluation of this carbon. MONEF ya, system. Terus
The second, the methodology for educating benefits for beneficial and benefit sharing mechanism is not yet available. Sama, jadi belum adanya metodologi dan pembagian tentang manfaat terhadap program tersebut apabila itu dilakukan. Penilaiannya terhadap kegiatan-kegiatan seperti apa yang membuat itu bagian daripada emission reduction.
Yeah, okay. So the one other constraint is how can we define every activity has contributions for carbon reduction. This is also the challenge I think for Indonesia. Okay, Pak Andre, can you maybe add?
Ya, kalau boleh tambah sedikit. Yeah, I think this question drives this partnership, to be honest, right? I mean, how to scale up. It's not an easy question. And I think it has two sides to it. One is at the side of the countries and subnational governments that are implementing, but, and equally important, or sometimes, I don't know, more important, is on the side of those that are making the rules. I think that one of the reasons why this has taken so much is because the systems are complex and maybe too complex, right? So I think that a key question is how to simplify some of the rules for results-based finance, how to build on existing national systems, and how not to reinvent the wheel. If you think of it, I mean, there is a multiplication of international standards. And every time there is a new standard, there is a lot of technical work that needs to happen, and actually uncertainty that about the results that already exist, very concretely. So, in East Kalimantan, all of these results have been done with the methodology of the FCPF. Now, remember that the FCPF is the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, which was launched here in Indonesia, in Bali in 2007, which brings together the active countries, industrialized countries, working on carbon. So the UK, Norway, the United States, Germany, the European Union, many. And this methodological framework has been agreed at that level. But now there are new methodology frameworks. So East Kalimantan now has the question, if they want to continue selling this, do they need to redo their program? How will that happen? I mean, these are questions for which we don't know. In the case of East Kalimantan, it's very important to notice that the FCPF, it's the biggest payment agreement we have for 22 million, but they have overachieved. They have already, in the first reporting period, delivered 30 million. That's being verified right now by a third party, by AENOR, but it's very likely that they will overachieve. So the question is, what happens to these additional ERs now? Who will pay for them? How will they pay? Can they use the same standard, or do they need to go to another standard, right? So I think these things are equally important. I mean, can we come to an agreement on the standards that are to be used and then work with these countries on that basis? And then I would also say something. I mean, we are now working on Jambi. Jambi will be quicker. East Kalimantan was the precursor, right? So these methodologies were not. KLHK has issued a lot of guidance. So I think PEMDA, the local governments, they feel much more legally protected, right, to move forward. So And then the third thing I would say is I strongly believe this, and I think Brazil has a lot to teach here. When Brazil, with the help of Norway, launched the Amazon Fund, they made a lot of decisions, and one of them was to keep things simple and to rather focus their efforts on how the funds would be used. Because I think, at some points we spend so much time on the technical details on how to monitor carbon and all of this that we forgot the most important, which is how will the payments change behavior towards more protection? What Ayuan mentioned about the price of coal is the same in Brazil for the price of soybeans or the price of meat, right? So that's where the focus needs to be, how to create incentives for the land, for conservation or sustainable management, land uses. And I think that what Brazil did is they created a national fund, the Amazon Fund, and the Amazon Fund allocated that funding across the states. Now Indonesia has a BP Delha, so I think a big question is how can BP Delha, for instance, have a window or a channeling mechanism that replicates what was done in Kaltim, but again, in a much faster, straightforward manner. So I guess that's it. These are the questions we need to all work together with FAO, with the UNDP, with WRI, with TNC, and so on.
Thank you. So the last comment, I think in five, Pak Sugeng, there are some issues that need to be answered, especially, for example, how can FAO help in this process? Please, Pak Sugeng.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Saleh, and thank you, Adam, for your comment and question. First, it is good, and we will be appreciate if FAO can support this partnership, this cooperation in the field, particularly like you said before that. Bill Gates said that our success has really been based on partnership from the very beginning. So this partnership is the beginning step before we implement the cooperation. And we need support from many actors, many institutional, including international organizations like World Bank that have been support us to prepare this cooperation, and also FAO. I think you can support us in some part of the activities on program. And I'm sure that we can make a model that have been implemented in East Kalimantan to share to other countries. It is one of the why we have to establish this partnership, because we can share knowledge, share experience, share technical experience from each country to other country, and to invent or initiate what is the problem that happen in this program, and we could overcome, so we can foster this program in others area. So we don't need to reinventing the wheel, and the program is not from zero ground. So we have model that have been implemented in one or other country that can be replaced, replicate in others area with the adjustment. I think it's there, Pak Saleh, and like I said before, we do hope support from the international organization to ensure that this cooperation of this partnership can be implemented soon. We will make the MOU and the plan of action with timeline, and also with the detailed activities, detailed plan of action, and also have to be supported by funding from many institutions. Thank you, Pak Saleh.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Sugeng. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to end the session because it's almost 1. So before we end, I think we have heard some very interesting implementation of the carbon benefit from East Kalimantan. And we can see that while we're saving forests, we can also make a benefit for the people, and also getting the financial advantage. And it is very hopeful that the international organizations like World Bank and also the FAO can bridge the partnership among the potential partner and also the financial support as well as the capacity building and also the technical support. So we are very looking forward that the agreement will be signed this afternoon and looking forward also the real implementation. And I think it's also very important what Pak Adam mentioned, that what has been done in East Kalimantan can be replicated to the other places with the very faster, and also I think the role of the institution like BPLDLH will very important for this issue. I thank you very much for your kind of attention, and I close the session with thanks to all the speaker and also the participant, and I wish you have a good lunch. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the speakers and also moderator this afternoon. Same as the previous session, I would like to invite the speakers and moderator please rise, because we'd like to hand over the souvenir special for the speakers and also the moderator as a symbol of our appreciation for your attendance in this very beautiful afternoon. And to hand over the souvenir, I would like to invite, please be on stage, Mr. Dirhan Shah Kanbul, the Secretary of Deputy Coordinating Minister for Forestry and Environment Management, to please be on stage and present the souvenir for the speakers and also moderator in this very valuable session according to our topic today, Tropical Forest Partnership for Climate and People. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause for this second session. I guess the collaboration is the most important thing that we have to do to achieve today's aim of our event today, partnership in climate actions. Please continue with the photo session. The moderators and all the speakers, accompanied by Mr. Dirhan Shah. All right, once again, give your smile. Thank you so much, speakers and moderator. Kindly return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the third session for today's, please enjoy the lunch session that we provided outside this hall. So we will take a break for the lunch. And for those of you who are interested to our third session this afternoon, please don't hesitate to re-enter this room around 1:30 p.m. local time. So please enjoy your lunch. Selamat makan, as we as Indonesians said, matur suksema means thank you. Enjoy your lunch. See you on the third session. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we will continue our third talk show session today about energy transition, I would like to encourage all the participants, please enter the room and kindly be seated. And please be ready as we will continue our agenda this afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the side event of the G20 Ocean Days talking about partnership in climate action. Before we continue our session today, let's warm up this event by having a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I can feel the energy after the lunch break. Thank you so much for joining us in this very beautiful occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, after we heard a fruitful session about the blue carbon and also tropical forest partnership for climate and people, let's we continue our third talk show session today about energy transitions. And for this session, will be led by our distinguished moderator. Please welcome on stage Mr. Fabi Tumiwa from the Institute for Essential Services Reform. Please be on stage, our moderator.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this energy transition session. I think this is the third session of today, and I'm delighted to be a moderator of this session. We have a very esteemed panelists that will share about the different dimension of energy transition in Indonesia. But before we start our session, we would like to hear opening remarks from Ibu Nani from Kemenkomarves, and Bu Nani will tell you what is the latest progress maybe with this whole energy transition. And it is the big topic in Indonesia today. Just this morning I attended the launching of energy transition mechanism country platform, and also I think it's also announced for the first transaction for early retirement of IPP, and we were very happy to see that the things actually started. Also, we expect tomorrow there will be announcement on the result of Just Energy Transition Partnership. We are expecting big number, of course. I just made a joke, right, that this all energy transition is not cheap and there is no free lunch. Of course, and I say that in Indonesia, if you go to the toilet, you have to pay 3,000 or 5,000 only to pee, right? So these big things, and therefore the collaborations of country to kick off energy transition in this, in particular to retire coal plant early than their economic time is very, very important. And I think in the Indonesia context, early retirement of coal plants is a key to reach the ambitious climate mitigation target in order to meet net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. And as well as opening space for high penetration of renewable energy. And we will hear more later on from Pak Evi Haryadi and other panelists. But again, before we start this session, I would like to invite Ibu Nani to give us her opening remarks. Please, Bu Nani, the stage is yours. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you, Pak Febi. So good afternoon for distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. So I think for this session, first I would like to say that it is my honor to be here with all of you here, that the people who give attention on this important issue on the energy transitions, that this is part of important climate actions, because in Indonesia, the energy sector is the second biggest contributor for our NDC commitment. So yes, and I would like to highlight in this moment that the government of Indonesia has shown the serious commitment to reach the net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner. Recently, the enhanced NDC has been submitted. So before the COP27 as scheduled, I think. So it's not, I think it's only like maybe less than 20%, yeah, from the all countries that already submitted the enhanced NDC. So, so Indonesia, one of the country that keep the strong commitment on this effort for reducing the emissions. So in our enhanced NDC, so we have new commitments, so increase because this called enhanced. So now we have committed to reduce about 32.89% unconditional. That means 915 million ton of CO2 emission reductions, and about 43.2%, or 1,240 million ton, with international support on the emission reduction. So in this number, on this calculation, energy transition is not included. So then our Minister of the Environment and Forestry already also mentioned, and I think our coordinating minister as well, that this energy transitions, what we call output, yeah, after we will make this like comprehensive plan, and also later on, of course, will follow by the implementation. Then we will later on include this all the effort to the, we call it second NDC. So we hope that second NDC, and also this is the first, and then the second one, I think we through the international cooperations, and we can fill the number for the conditional NDC. Yeah, so then the energy, as I mentioned before, so this is important. So therefore, energy transition is one of the priorities in Indonesia G20 presidency. And then again, so we'll contribute more to our NDC in the following years. But it should be, we call it in the requirement is there are 3 requirements that we want to highlight here: accessible, reliable, and also affordable for our people. So this the bold is our people. So need then just transition is also important in this context. So we realize, like Pak Feby mentioned, the energy transition is need high cost. So therefore, financing, technology, and investment in energy transition are needed. So we are looking forward to institutionalize technology transfer and financing to help ensure this technology transfer and finance continues over time. So ladies and gentlemen, and also distinguished guests, so the government of Indonesia has identified a just and affordable transition from coal to clean energy as a national priority, and also has included this energy transition driven by a sustainable financing mechanism. So we has enacted we call presidential decree on the acceleration of the renewable energy development for the supply of a power grid, broad enabling framework for the clean energy transition, and also mandate or call for the detailed roadmap for the implementing, I think, the guidelines to accelerate the shift from coal to the clean energy. So I think in this decree we have homework, we call it. Then we have to work and to finalize two roadmaps. First is about the roadmap on the energy transitions. Basically, this is should be also like a river, a river, and then river, and also we call it river to the. We have already like roadmap for the net zero emission in energy sector, but using this energy transition, we need to make it the second roadmap where we concern how to accelerate and how to make it earlier. Because I mentioned that 2060 is by natural, but with this energy transition program, we need to make it earlier for the net zero emission also. So it should be in line with this, with the first roadmap. And then the second roadmap, I think we also currently finalizing the call it the financing, financing related with the energy transition. So both are linkage. They have each other, like what to call it, connect each other. So I just want to also here highlight. I think this is important that we know how we will go to the energy transition program with this is ambitious commitment, and to provide a significant, of course, financial and technical package. There are four components that we are now preparing. Then we will finalizing this within 6 months. Fourth is about the accelerated retirement of coal-fired power plants. And then the second is about the governance, just transitions and repurposing. And the third, also important, about the scaling up of the renewable energy. And then the fourth is about the transmissions. We call it power transmission line infrastructure. I think those are four components that we will working on and integrated among the components, and then make it to one, we call it comprehensive investment plan. So we are welcome for the also input and collaboration with all, I think, strategic partner. So as Pak also Feby already mentioned, actually he already makes such kind of the update. So then Indonesia is opening the collaborations of the just energy transition. So this is, we hope that tomorrow we will have this announcement, and this will be like a very good moment. We will use our presidency G20 momentum to show that Indonesia is very serious, and then with this commitment on the energy transitions, we will work with the we call it IPG, international partner group. Then under, we call it JETP, is led by the US and Japan. But then there are about like 10 countries are in IPG. But then from that program, we actually can see the opportunity, not opportunity, because this is like a commitment also from them to support, to work with us with two kind of the financing financing types. First public, and then the second one is private funds, and also private funds mean investment. And in this, we will also work beside with the countries, but also with the financial institution that coordinated by the G funds. Yeah, and I think what I would like to highlight also, then we will work in the financing mechanism through the blended finance. So I think it's also related or linked with the things that we already announced by the Minister of Finance about the country platform on the fund manager, as a fund manager to make this program can be implemented. Yes, and I think the last that I want to mention here, so we work with with various partner, as well as philanthropists. I think philanthropists is also has a role, a contribution, yeah, where they can also support and collaborate with us in terms of specifically on the just transition. So with analysis of the social economy that we have to be also concerned on this. Yes, I think the last word from me, that this session is the last session from our today talk show. But this session is very important because Indonesia is already like, as you may know, give a very big contribution from the forest. Even we would like to increase or to see the opportunity to work on this collaboration and also conservation to maintain. Actually, this important keyword for the forest is to maintain, to be like sustainable. Then this also need investment. And now we have the second opportunity, energy, so we can use this opportunity since we have very big potential of the renewable energy and also very big opportunity to make the industry, green industry and also downstream industry, added value and so on. Then I think we are optimists that we can do this better with collaborations with all the strategic partner. So in this moment, I would like to thanks to all the speaker and also especially for the moderator that very, what to call it, like expert and then have many experience on this issue. So I wish this session, the last session, will be very very good talk show that can use also the momentum for us to establish way how to make it this energy transition happen, implemented and sustainable. So thank you very much and with a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Nani, and for your directions. Very happy. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we are in the session of financing a just energy transition. And Bu Nani has highlighted not only just, but just and affordable energy transition. That makes Indonesia very unique because you have a word affordable, right? So it's not easy task, but today I have a very esteemed panelists. We have 4 speakers on site and 1 speaker online, if I'm not mistaken, right? So I would like to call my esteemed panelists. First, Director of Transmission and Planning PT PLN, Pak Evi Haryadi, please come on stage, sir. Also, we have Pak Dominikos Wibowo, Director and Chief of Energy Plantation Indica Nature. Please, Pak. We have Pak Irfan Susandi, Director of Trading and Membership of Indonesia Stock Exchange. Pak Irfan, please. And last but not least, Mr. Jan Matres, IFD Country Director. Please, Pak Jan. And we have Mark Johnson, Technical Director of Ricardo Energy and Environment, that will join online with us. So welcome again, gentlemen, no ladies, gentlemen. And we have until 3 p.m. because the room will be used for another event. So we will have 3 p.m. So since we have 5 speakers, I would like to give each speaker 10 minutes to deliver their presentation. So please be brief and sharp. And if we have more time, I will entertain maybe 1 or 2 questions, but we have to wrap up by 3 p.m. So the first, I will welcome Pak Evi Haryadi to share your presentation, sir. Please.
Thank you, Pak Pabi, moderator for this session. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, Bu Nani Hendiarti, Deputy Kemenkomarves, distinguished speakers and also moderators, and to all distinguished participants in this room. I'm very honored to be here to share what PLN has been doing until now regarding the energy transition. First of all, we would like to inform to all of you that PLN is the only one utility company in Indonesia has been launched the roadmap to achieve net zero emission by 2060 at COP26. It means around 1 year ago. And we have reported the implementation or the progress in COP27 last week in Sharm el-Sheikh. This is what we have done and we have doing related with the roadmap. First, if we see here that PLN in 2021 emit the emission around 259 million ton CO2 equivalent. And based on our roadmap, if without any mitigation, it could become 1 billion million ton by the end of 2060. And with roadmap, it will be peaking in 2030, reach around 335, and will be reducing till 0 in 2060 by some related initiative that I will explain later. In here, you can see that first, we just only have around 14% of renewables in 2020, and little by little it's become bigger. Till in the end of 2060, we hope we can reach around 69% of renewables. Yeah, that's the roadmap that we has been published last year, and now we are try to achieve what we have planned at that time. To achieve that, PLN has been established the strategy. There is a 4 pillar that PLN use for achieving 2060 net zero emission. First is related with how we achieve the NDC by 2030. It's a short-term goal of our roadmap, a long roadmap to 2060 net zero emission. The second one is long-term, is also how we achieve net zero emission by 2030 in supply side. And then we also have a pilot or initiative related how we develop supporting technology and ecosystem. For the foundation, of course, we must build a new internal capability and also technology. And the important thing is we need also supporting the financing. We predict that and forecasting by calculation that we need minimum is around $700 billion for
achieving this net zero emission by 2060. In here, in some initiative, it could be there is developing the renewables, also some project related how we de-dieselization some of isolated area power system in our network, and also that very, very important is how we do the coal plant retirement. Today, this morning, in another occasion in Ministry of Finance has been published the first initiative that PLN has been signed with the ADB to retire the IPP power plant, the Cirebon one, earlier. Then maybe it's around 5 till 7 years. We hope we can reach by 10 years later and from now. That the focusing initiative that may be different with another country, because now in PLN some of our power system experiencing oversupply condition. Of course, if oversupply condition, it must be a room for the new renewables comes in. For that, the coal retirement, it could be the key initiative that must be done first before we can make a big renewable can penetrate in our power system. We also has been created some of the strategy for reaching 2060 net zero emission. We have 3 scenario for achieving that. If we see without any mitigation, that the emission reach around 1 million ton in 2060, the capacity can reach around 472 gigawatt with LCOE just only 5.5 cent per kilowatt hours, with total capex just only 336 billion US dollar. But we must achieve net zero emission in 2060. Based on that, we try to creating 3 scenario how we can achieve a net zero emission by 2060. We have 3 scenario. One, we call it the new and renewables scenario. This scenario is the scenario that not use CCS technology, just only allow the nuclear technology. The second scenario is we call it accelerated scenario. This allow for using CCS, is carbon capture and storage, but no nuclear technology. The third scenario is allow for both CCS and also nuclear technology. Based on our simulation, if we try to do every scenario, the first scenario of new and renewables could be impact rising the capacity from 472 become 617 gigawatt, with the LCOE is 9.0. It means a rise around 3.5 cent per kWh by the end of 2060, with the total finance fund around 680 billion US dollar. For accelerated, the capacity has become 639 with LCOE 9.3, with the cost around 655. And the last disruptive, the capacity 600, the LCOE is the cheapest one, is 8.7, and the cost is 724, but it's including the nuclear in our system. This is what we have tried to plan about the scenario that will be impact in increasing the electricity cost. The challenge is all of the scenario increasing the electricity cost. It means that the transition of energy have a burden of cost, and who will bear this cost? That important one that we must answer the question. Next. Then how PLN try to achieve that relating with the financing? PLN has been doing some of initiatives. First, in November 2020, PLN has been issued the statement of intent on the sustainability financial framework. That's the first initiative that we have done in November 2020. And then in December 2020, PLN has successfully issued the first NIGA cover. This is some kind of insurance from multilateral financing that cover green loan around 500 million US dollar in December 2020. And PLN also has signed SFRIP, is a Sustainability and Reliable Energy Access Program from ADB, 600 million US dollar start last year. And because of renewables, it's not just only need the storage for short-term storage, it's also need the seasonal storage. PLN also built the pump storage. For the pump storage, PLN has some loan from World Bank and also EIB, supporting for 1 gigawatt hydropower pump storage projects with the loan 610 million US dollar. Now, PLN also has been finishing the green financing framework and signed mandate letter for syndication around 750 million US dollar with international bank last month. Now PLN together with ADB is working on the ESG framework and ALG link financing. We hope that with working this ESG framework and also sustainability link, PLN could provide and access the cheaper market and also reducing our cost of debt for this target of achieving net zero emission by 2060. Of course, another challenge is what PLN now facing is related how the innovation could achieve what that scenario that we have explained, reducing, minimize causing of the what we call it net zero emission initiative. The last is how the PLN challenge to achieve net zero emission must be related what has been explained before, how the investment related the energy transition. Based on our roadshow 2 or 3 months before, until now, still there is no transition financing in the network, especially in the world, especially in early retirement. Because in early retirement is some kind of not a green initiative. Still, every financing institution see this is a brown initiative. And without any policy that could accept this initiative become green initiative is very, very difficult to achieve net zero emission in the future, because we need a room for renewables by early retirement of our coal power plant. The other is related to technology partnership. And the last is how we can together with all the communities develop the green ecosystem. I hope that this gives you a glimpse of the great works that PLN has been using to drive Indonesian energy transition agenda. My wish is that more us here will collaborate and work together to amplify the positive impact for a sustainable Indonesia and our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Evi Aryadi. And you have highlighted the importance of financing to support PLN energy transitions. And PLN has set the roadmap and on the way to implement that, I think. Next, our speaker is Pak Dominicus Wibowo that will share about energy transition pathway to net zero emission from Indica Nature. Pak Dominicus, time is yours. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Febi. Honorables, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I will introduce who we are. Indica Energy, Indonesian company that exists to serve the people of Indonesia, and providing energy has been our core, which will now be expanded to energizing the people of Indonesia through wider spectrum with the utmost integrity, trustworthiness, and professionalism. Beyond energy, Indica Energy will make contribution to the environment, community, and society to continuously serve the nation, and we energize Indonesia for a sustainable future. So next, please. Yeah, next. Yeah. Since last year, Indica Energy has set out bold aspiration to acquire 50% of our revenue from non-coal and net zero emission by 2050. Next, please. Yeah, we seek to achieve net zero carbon emission with three major strategies, which are decarbonization, and then secondly is from what people know today about us to our future aspiration. We already divesting from high carbon industry, and we already sold to our major public listed company, which are coal miner and coal transshipment. And the third is investing in non-coal industry. Next, please. Yeah, Indica Energy strives to contribute to Indonesia energy transition and economic development. And these are the company that the future and Indica aspiration is logistic infrastructure, minerals, nature solution, digital ventures, and others. Next, please. Yeah, Indica Energy support energy transition by investing in renewable energy. This is our solar PV company. And next, please. And also, this is another project is electric motorcycle, and you all can see in plenary hall there, our motorcycle, the electric. Next, please. Yeah. Indica Energy enters nature-based solution through Indica Nature, which conduct its business by nurturing nature for people, livelihood, and sustainable world. And there are three pillars. The first pillar is energy plantation to supply biomass in the form of wood chip and wood pellet. And Indica has more than 50,000 hectares industrial forest concession. The second pillar is environment services in process to obtaining carbon credit certificate for carbon offset within the group and or voluntary carbon trading. So by implementing multi-purpose forest, carbon project consists of combined improved forest management, conversion from log to protected forest, afforestation, reforestation, and revegetation. The third pillar is agroforestry and non-timber forest product. So next, please. Indica Nature take action for the sustainable development goals and more sustainable future for all by adopting the SDG. Next, please. Yeah. Energy transition business opportunity. Indonesia has put the highest priority on energy transition to cleaner energy. However, with this transition, the government of Indonesia need to ensure that the country will be able to continue growing and requires more energy and electricity, yet at the same time, reducing the CO2 emission. The power industry is inevitable, shifting from fossil to renewable and sustainable based raw material. The vast majority of Indonesia electricity generation is from coal. Renewable electricity generation is a minor share of Indonesia current electricity generation capacity. Indonesia is seeking to change this in line with its commitment to transitioning coal-based energy to clean energy. At this early stage, Indonesia needs to reconcile two competitive objectives. First is ensuring that relatively cheap electricity generation provided by coal continues to power economic development, whilst reducing its carbon emission, and co-firing with biomass can serve as an interim and cost-effective carbon offsetting solution before the full phase out of coal power plant. And government of Republic Indonesia has set out enormous biomass utilization target with roadmap proposed to migrate its 100 more existing coal-fired plant to coal-firing by 2024, and 20% from the electricity should come from renewable sources by 2025. And then in early 2020, Minister of Energy and PLN announced plans to implement coal-firing in Indonesia coal-fired power plants by mixing biomass with coal as feedstock. The critical success for green power industry, renewable and sustainable, and these are very depending on raw material availability. And the woody biomass is highly available raw material for coal-firing power plant to sustain their business. Indonesia has a large forestry industry, and as a tropical country, Indonesia has magnitude potential of biomass resources with high energy content. And Indica Nature, as a member of Indica Energy Group, has 4 concession areas with a total land bank more than 170,000 hectares. Indica Nature aspires to participate in energy transition by the development of nature-based solution and is currently developing energy plantation in line with the best practice while trying to generate high quality carbon offset category. Next, please. And this is a strategic issue from number 1 and number 6. I pass through this. Next, please. Yeah, this is biomass potential. I adopting the presentation figure from Minister of Energy, which are the biomass co-firing roadmap, showing that on the left side, the electricity production from biomass co-firing in year 2022 up to 2024 is about 9,000 gigawatt, and year 2025 up to 2035 will be 10,000 gigawatt. Then the biomass requirement in year 2020 up to 24 is a 5 million ton year, and year 25 to 35 will be a 9 million ton year. By then, the expected emission reduction in year 2020 up to 2024 is 3.3 million ton carbon, and year 25 up to 35 will be 3.9 million ton carbon. On the right side, development of energy crop to support the sustainability of bioenergy feedstock. And then for production forest, for electricity generation, biomass pellet, for project sustainability and to meet economic value, a sustainable supply of feedstock at a stable and affordable price is required. It is preferable for short rotation woody crops. And then there are 30 business permit from forest timber production, utilization, industrial plantation forest or UPHHK, with total area is 1.1 million hectares, can support the development of energy plantation forests, degraded land and ex-mining line to minimize land clearing in providing feedstock. The Minister Energy collaborate with the Minister of Forestry. Other relevant minister, agencies and local governments will use marginal and post-mining lands for energy crop. So next please. So yeah, what are wood pellet? This is showing a carbon neutral energy, and the above is business as usual, and the low is a low carbon feature. Next please. And what is biomass as a fuel? There are wood chips, wood pellet, forest residue, and palm kernel. Next please. Is Kaliandra the correct or the perfect choice? Yes, we do a deep study during feasibility study and analyze that Kaliandra will suit to our requirement. Next please. This is a potential revenue stream. Talking about the calorie, less carbon, one-time planting, and then two-time harvesting in a year, and potential additional revenue stream. Next please. Yeah, this is a potential revenue stream, one-time harvesting for wood chip, and the recurring production is wood pellet, honeybee, and organic fertilizer. Next please. Yeah, this is a supply chain for biomass from resources, industry, product, up to the off-taker. Next please. Yeah, this is a challenge, developing sustainable and economical biomass feedstock supply chains. Biomass feedstock is spread throughout the country and generally bulky, high collection and transportation of supply costs. This will be effect on biomass feedstock price surge risk. Second is obtain support from the government to procure biomass materials at regulated price, fixed price from biomass producer and sell it to end user. This will effect on government subsidies. And the last is biomass quality control. This will require funding for additional research. Okay, next I will conclude my presentation that biomass is promoted as the source of energy, which can also act as an agent for carbon emission reduction. Moreover, as the biomass in underdeveloped region is deployed in degraded land, the plant can maintain land stability, reinforce marginal land, and sequestrate CO2 significantly. To enhance the benefit of biomass power plant more significantly, we propose business-to-business scheme, ensuring that the biomass is gathered from forestry, multi-business, as well as restoration of ex-mining degraded land. And unique proposition of biomass distributed power as co-firing agent to accelerate transition from coal to renewable energy. Next, biomass distributed power not only could help Indonesia achieve its renewable energy target, but also can help reduce carbon emission, poverty in rural communities, and restore degraded or marginal land. Burning of biomass, such as wood pellet for energy, has the potential to contribute to the portfolio of solution to the climate crisis. However, whether or not biomass realized, this potential depends very much on the way they are sourced. Sometimes it will conflict with environment policy, forest resource exploitation, and illegal wood, as well as to produce wood pellet. The use of forest product, not only logs, but bark, root, stump, leaf, and etc. And the rest of the tree to produce wood pellet. Using wood residue to produce wood pellet also, it could be an alternative way. However, wood residue costs lower quality than wood logs without barks. And by then, indica nature, developing energy plantation, implementing sustainability and regenerative method instead of degenerating method. Indonesia has a very huge plantation forest supported with tropical climate. Indonesia only needs to utilize only 2% of industrial forest and abundant land. By then, Indonesia potentially can produce 9 million metric ton per year and will become the world's biomass market leader. And recommend that Indonesia accelerate its energy transition by building the country energy policy based on renewable energy development to drive economic growth and job creation, supported by a predictable long-term energy plan that prioritizes clean energy investment consistent with national and regional energy policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dominikus. And this is just example how a company expand to the business to provide feedstock. I know Indica also has a coal mining, and I think part of strategy to anticipate the declining of coal demand in the near future, and now move to the providing feedstock from biomass. Yeah, and I think this line with a number of strategy that also the other pursue, including PLN on producing reducing coal by blending that with biomass in terms to reduce the greenhouse gas emission from coal-fired power plant. Next, I would like to move to we have one speaker online, Mark Johnson. Mark, are you there? Mark? Do we have Mark online? All right. Okay, we have a Mark Johnson, Technical Director of Ricardo Energy and Environment, and he's going to present the support to the acceleration of the low carbon energy transition through ETS and carbon tax. So, Mark, you have 10 minutes to deliver your presentation. The platform is yours, please. Yes, we can hear you fine.
Can you see my presentation on the screen, or do you need me to share my screen?
You can share your screen, I think, for the participant, so they can see your presentation. Yeah.
Let me do this. Hold on. If the host would allow me to share my screen, that would be good. Okay, I'll start talking while that happens, but hopefully the host will enable me to share my screen. So hello, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to join your event today. My name is Mark Johnson. I work for Ricardo, and I'm the consortium lead for a UK-PAC study to support Indonesia with carbon pricing. Ricardo is working in partnership with the Tax Centre at the University of Indonesia and consultancy firm IRID. And today I'm going to talk briefly about the potential role of carbon pricing to support the energy transition in Indonesia. I can now share my screen, thank you. And I should just say that the comments are my own, and they don't represent UK fact in words that I'm saying today. So here are the aspects I'd like to cover. Firstly, a very brief introduction to our programme and the types of carbon pricing policies that we will be supporting. Next, I'll mention some issues around the suitability of carbon pricing. Third, we will look at energy transition priorities. And lastly, we will consider how carbon pricing can support these wider priorities. So the key thing I want to say really is we will look not just at how carbon pricing can support decarbonisation, but how it can also be designed to be contributing to wider energy policy priorities. So our project is divided into two work streams. Work stream 1 directly supports Marves, and work stream 2 supports the Ministry of Finance. And in work stream 1, we mainly look at the carbon market measures shown here, emissions trading systems, domestic carbon crediting approaches, and international carbon pricing, such as under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Work stream 2 is focused mainly on carbon tax policy. And of course, there's a strong interaction between these as Indonesia is taking forward a hybrid carbon pricing approach. And last to say, our work will be done collaborating with other assistance programs such as the World Bank, EMI. So, the suitability of carbon pricing. So carbon pricing will be most effective in some circumstances and less so in others. And it's important to apply it in sectors where it can be effective, but also recognise the shortcomings. So all of the carbon pricing options I mentioned earlier create an incentive for emissions reductions. This is either through a cost being applied to each tonne of carbon emitted, or a benefit accruing for each tonne of carbon that is saved. So carbon pricing is most effective in situations where decisions are made on purely economic grounds. In this case, the price of carbon will directly lead to lower carbon decisions. And this is especially important in commercial and public sectors where the economic decisions are paramount. In this case, carbon pricing can encourage fuel switching, energy efficiency, and also low carbon investment. But carbon pricing is weaker in cases where low carbon decisions are not purely economic, such as where they're behavioural or related to research and development. So it will be harder to use carbon pricing to drive changes in individual behaviour, for example. The second dimension is that carbon pricing can drive low-cost emissions reductions. However, a big policy challenge is how to put a cost on emissions whilst not damaging the competitiveness and profitability of the enterprises concerned. And that's a key challenge. So the next slide summarises visually some of the points that I've just been making. So what you can see here is an abatement curve. The y-axis is the price incentive needed to make the technology option viable. The technology options are ranked by price on the x-axis, with the size of the block representing the amount of emissions that can be abated. So at the left then, we have viable technologies that are not being implemented. So they are already cost effective. And policies here should target the barriers, which could be behavioural, or planning, or other non-economic barriers. On the right, we have expensive technologies that have really high potential. So policies in this area should support research and development and demonstration projects to bring costs down for those. And the middle part, the blue part, is the really good place for carbon pricing. So technologies exist and have an economic barrier to deployment, but they are developed enough that they can be implemented at relatively low cost. And that's the priority for carbon pricing. The context of carbon pricing is the need to decarbonise the energy system, but we can look more widely and consider what type of energy system we want. What are our wider energy system priorities? And here I highlight some key energy policy challenges. First, improving access is a key issue, both in terms of energy supplies and the availability of clean and efficient energy-using equipment. Energy security is another priority, and by this we mean the availability of energy supplies when they are needed, but also national energy import dependency, so reducing the exposure to high energy costs on international markets. That's a priority, and that leads on to the affordability point I mentioned here, which is especially concerned for poorer households and for energy-intensive industries who are vulnerable to higher energy costs. And lastly, there are wider sustainability factors to be considered. The transition should leave no one behind. Those communities reliant on high carbon assets for employment, for example, need to be part of the transition. And against this backdrop, there's a need for sustainable energy transition, and the natural resources and the technologies are available, as we've just been hearing. The question is how to enable this transition through policy levers. This is where I want to return back to carbon pricing, because there are 4 important areas where carbon pricing can be done in a way that delivers energy transition benefits. So I'm now thinking beyond simply decarbonising and creating a carbon signal for that, but let's look beyond that and think about the wider energy transition priorities, or the energy policy priorities, and how carbon pricing can support that. Well, firstly, if designed well, carbon pricing can provide a long-term, stable incentive for low carbon investment. This could be through emissions trading phases, or through a higher level national commitment and political consensus. This stability and predictability can support energy system investments, which often have very long asset lives. Secondly, revenues raised by carbon pricing can be targeted towards initiatives that deliver the energy transition. So this could be focusing on using revenues for projects that improve accessibility or reliability of energy, in addition to providing low carbon supplies. Further, offsets can be allowed within the carbon pricing system, and eligible activities can be defined as those that are making a contribution to the wider energy transition. And again, it's about targeting which projects are done that also deliver the energy policy objectives of availability and affordability and energy security. And lastly, revenues can be used to mitigate the cost impacts of carbon pricing, especially for energy-intensive, trade-exposed sectors. This normally involves measures to avoid the need for those industries to pay the carbon in the first place, such as carbon tax thresholds or free emissions allowances. But it can also involve using revenues to compensate and protect consumers from high energy prices, especially poorer households. So these examples show that well-designed carbon pricing can be targeted to realise not just decarbonisation, but also channeling through how revenues are raised and revenues are used, focusing on wider energy transition and energy policy priorities. So lastly, if I can just summarise then, just an energy transition is critical. This means not just decarbonisation, but continuing to meet future energy needs. And we talked about delivering reliable and affordable energy with access for all. And carbon pricing can be very effective at incentivising decarbonisation, but it also offers the opportunity for more targeted measures to support the achievement of these wider energy policy goals. And that's all I should say just now. As I mentioned at the start, the UK Pact will help the government of Indonesia with these policy choices. So thank you for your time, everybody, and I'll hand back to the moderator.
Thank you, Mark, for highlighting the importance of carbon pricing in just energy transition. And you see that there's you mentioned a couple of times that if designed correctly, then we will have the benefits, right? So this is actually the challenge, how we design carbon pricing and carbon tax policies, right? Therefore, we can get benefit, and again, it could accelerate energy transition. And you also mentions about interaction of this policy with the other policies, right? Fiscal incentive and others to accelerate energy transition. It's very interesting, but also we would like to also to hear in that regard, what is the role of secondary carbon market? And we will hear from Pak Irfan Susandi from Indonesia Stock Exchange. So Pak Irfan, you have 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Pak Feby. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to acknowledge Bu Nani, all the honorable speakers and moderators, and also all the distinguished participants. First of all, today, thank you for the event. We will present about the how we plan to develop our carbon exchange. We believe our carbon exchange will support government's effort in energy transition implementation. Okay, the slide. Oh no, not this one. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Carbon trading through the carbon exchange is a mechanism to achieve Indonesia's NDC, and IDX is honored to carry out the mandate to serve as a carbon exchange by the regulation of Ministry of Environment and Forestry, regulation number 21 in the year of 2022. Yes, this one. Thank you. Next, please. I will go through in the. Okay. Basically, presidential regulation mechanism for achieving NDC. There is a three kind. First, mitigation action, adaptation, and carbon economic value, which is there is a carbon trading, performance-based payments, carbon levy or tax, and other mechanism. Okay, in the regulation of Ministry of Environment and Forestry, carbon trading can be done domestically or internationally, and form of the market mechanism that could be direct trading, allowance trading for emission trading, and GHG emission offset, or we call credit trading. And carbon trading can be done by direct trading or with the carbon exchange, which IDX will be take the position as a carbon exchanges is the trading operator that has obtained a business license from the authority that implements an integrated regulatory and supervisory system for all activities in the financial sectors, service sectors. So right now we have been working with the McKinsey to develop our plan and to the implementation of the carbon exchange trading. Next, please. So, scope of carbon exchange implementation scope, the development of carbon exchange infrastructure. We will perform the exchange, clearing and settlement, and also the exchange supervisory, which is providers is Ministry of Environment and Forestry, OJK, or our FSA, and IDX. The administration of state revenue from the carbon exchange will be income tax, VAT, or non-tax revenue by the Ministry of Finance. Then administration will be handled by SRN or credits and allowance by Ministry of Forestry. Next, please. So we have the potential carbon offset market because Indonesia has the second largest global nature-based solution after the Brazil. Next, please. So the potential opportunity for the Indonesian carbon offset supply is about around 1.5 billion US dollar in 2030 in domestic and global markets. We have based on according to the McKinsey research, this year the carbon solution supply from Indonesia market and the voluntary carbon market registry is around 17 million ton CO2 equivalent per year. It's forecasted that will reach 143 million ton CO2 equivalent per year in the 2030. So if we multiply the forecast carbon price in 2030, which is around 8 to 15 US dollar per unit, the potential market will be around 1.5 billion US dollar or around 23.2 trillion rupiahs in today's exchange rate. Next. Okay, carbon exchange could help scale up Indonesia carbon trading. Why we we should choose a carbon exchange to unlock the demand and supply of carbon offset through. First, because we have a price transparency, and then we hope we have a simple, low effort way to purchase offsets, and then we provide the market liquidity and also the lower cost for the transaction. Next. IDX would play to a central role in Indonesian carbon market, both in compliance or ETS, as well as a voluntary carbon market. For the ETS or compliance allowance, supply from the allowance allocated by the related ministry, and the excess from the compliance company, which is in our trading, in our carbon exchange. Allowance market will meet the demand from the compliance company regulated by the emission cap. So the trading will perform between or among the suppliers or the buyers from the compliance company. In the voluntary carbon market, carbon credit generated by the project of project and developers or company that provide the carbon credit, and will meet with the buyers from the carbon credit buyers in our exchange mechanism. And voluntary could be accessed by all company, and we hope it could be accessed and beneficially to the compliance company too. The supply will come from the project developer that issue carbon credit, and both by the company who wants to surrender it as a reduction to its emission calculation or just simply trade. But we still need the confirmation from the ministry how is it possible for the compliance company to buy or sell in the voluntary carbon market is still in our confirmation, because in the regulation is not stated clear enough for that. Carbon exchange proposed mechanism from IDX. The next, please. Okay. Division by regulation for the allowance and carbon credit, determine cap of the GHG emission for the compliance company, and or determine emission quotas when a certain compliance period for each compliance company. For the carbon credit, proof of emission reduction by business and or activities that have gone through measurement reporting atau MRV, and recorded in the national registry system in the form of the registry numbers and our code. Allocation for the allowance, beginning of compliance period. This is to be discussed with the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. But and for the VCM or voluntary carbon market, after project verification and registered in national registry. For the trading period for the compliance is 1 year, and the compliance company can banking the carbon credit for the next 2 years. For the VCM, the period is maximum 3 years. Surrender or cancellation for the allowance, ending of compliance period, which is still to be discussed with the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. And for the carbon credit cancellation come from the buyers. Trading actors, we can see the buyer and seller compliance company, but for the VCM, seller is the business who generate SPA or project developers, but the buyers is not limited in the compliance company, but the all companies that need the carbon credits. Now, for the series, the one side is one serial per year per subsectors. For the VCM, credits per projects or for standard products. So IDX will release the standardized project, which is a natural-based product, Indonesia NBS or Indonesia NBS Plus, and tech-based product, which is Indonesia TBS and Indonesia TBS Plus. So the seller can sell the carbon credit with project, the whole project, or they can propose to us to be NBS or TBS. The market, basically market mechanism for the allowance is continuous auction board and negotiation board. For the carbon credit or VCM, this is a continuous auction board, negotiation board for the standardized product, and the marketplace for the project, the whole project. Settlement T+0, which is the seller has the product and the buyer has the money in the same time, or pre-funded. Trading participant is direct trading, and clearing, we have a clearing, and risk management, pre-validation or pre-funded. Next. Okay, the option, carbon trading design choice. We have a business model which is compliance. First primary option adalah, free allocation. For the secondary option is continuous trading, aim to maximize the transaction with the key benefit or continuous trading. Allocation by auction still not implemented. For the trading participant, we accommodate the compliance entities in ETS and carbon credit buyers and sellers. For the VCM, we have a project marketplace and then also standardized product board. For the products, for the primary, we use the spot. We have no plan to derivatives in the first stage, maybe in the next stage for the derivatives. And the standards, we use allowance atau PTA, BE, EPU, and credits for SPE, JRK. For the product listing from different, this is it's not the same as equity market that we know we have for the business right now. And for trading, trading mechanism, we use the same or the similar trading mechanism with the equities. And also we provide the different trading mechanism. For the system, we plan to have the new system, and we don't have a plan to using our current system, which is for the equities or for the bonds market. We have the two core system for the equity and for the bonds, JUDS for equity and SPPA for the bonds market. Risk management, clearing and settlement, we perform in the T+0. For your information, right now in our equity market, the settlement period is T+2. Risk management, we using pre-validation, so if the buyers want to buy carbon credit, they have to provide the cash in front, and the seller has the credit. Surveillance and monitoring mechanism, usually our FSA or OJK, once we plan for the surveillance for everything that we trade, we provide for the investors. So yes, we plan to have the surveillance for the carbon trading exchange. And next, this is the listing, trading, clearing, and settlement mechanism. Maybe in general, the government will issue allowance, free allocation or after auction process and offset, which is registered in SRN. And the number 2, global standards issue offsets, which is mirroring in SRN in a manner of prevent double counting. Number 3, we can see the SRN. SRN maintains all sub-account per market participant reflecting their allowance and offset balance, which is in the number 4, KSEI, our custodian, will mirrors all the allowance and offset balance in internal ledgers daily before the trading session, which is a mirroring from the SRN. In number 5, in the IDX Clear, or our KPI, which is a clearing company, our clearing company, will check eligibility of offset in sub-account and report list of approval allowance or offset to IDX. And then number 6, IDX will list the allowance or standardized product that will be traded. For the trading, participant can deposit cash into dedicated sub-account in KSEI or our custodian through the central bank, BI, and the participant can buy or sell orders directly to IDX and not using the brokers or intermediaries like equities. And our KPI, clearing agent, check for the sufficient cash or allowance or offset in sub-account with KSE for approval of trading orders. And for clearing settlement process, KPI will send instruction to KSE, and then KSE will move the cash or allowance or offset between the buyers and sellers sub-account. So the whole sub-account for the money, for the cash or fund, and for the allowance will be held by KSEI. And KSEI conduct daily reconcile to update allowance to the SRN. So the balance of allowance in KSEI notes or the KSEI sub account and the SRN will be the same. Okay, next. This is the milestone of our planning. Okay, we have a plan in 2020 MOU with Pertamina and IDCTA. We just do the MOU. Next year we have a plan to procurement and development carbon trading infrastructure and system, and 2024 will be implemented the carbon exchange. I think that's our plan. Thank you, Pak Fabi.
Thank you, Pak Irfan, and give a applause to Pak Irfan. And this is the last but not least, sorry, Jan. And after we heard about all of this, and now the last is to talk about what is actually low carbon transitions and impact, risk and impact. And Jan Martens from IFD will deliver that. Jan, the
Thank you.
time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for inviting us. I can't promise I will respect the 3 p.m. clock, but I try to be short. So congratulations also to the organizers for organizing this event. All the sessions since this morning were very interesting and show what is also very important, the involvement and commitment of all the stakeholders and the dynamic which is now on the way. Also very happy to see the launch this morning of the ETM platform and the announcement of early retirements of coal plants. And of course, we're willing to see what's decided tomorrow for the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which is on the way. Extremely good news. Maybe a few words about French Development Agency, AFD. Our mandate in Indonesia is really clear and targeted to fight the climate change and go forward with the transition. So clearly it's supporting the Indonesian transition towards a low carbon development throughout a fair and resilient pathway. So all the words are obviously important. The AFD is working in Indonesia since 2007 in line with the 100% climate alignment with the Paris COP21 agreement, working in several projects related to the transition in energy, obviously, also natural resources and urban services, with a level of commitments of 300 million euro a year, mainly in terms of loans, and altogether a global commitment of almost 3 billion euro since we worked in Indonesia. I want to talk today about a study we are working with the government of Indonesia on the risk of transition. Extremely important to work on that kind of things. Next, please. So despite positive progress in recent years, we also know that the global decarbonization process compared to the pre-Paris Agreement baseline, despite the progress, is not going fast enough. It's also complex, and it brings lots of opportunities, that's a good side, and also risks in the same time. These risks, downside risk and upside risks, are commonly known as transition risks or climate transition risk. May be useful to call that back. Next. So till now, mainly central banks and financial regulators have been working and leading the lead on issues related to risk transition. So they have encouraged, they have monitored the financial system, especially banks, to measure, to manage these risks. But now these efforts more and more are involving governments and the actors of the economy, the companies, public, private, the insurance. We can understand how it is important to measure such risk in a short, mid, or long-term vision. Next. So FD is involved for years in the transition risk approach, together with technical partners like Willis Tower Wilson. We developed technical tools to help policymakers, central banks, and financial regulators to know these risks, to manage them, and to take the best decisions in terms of opportunities and risks related to transition. So there is a need huge of data for modeling. So it means there is also a need of involvement and commitment of all the actors to get these data, to work on these data. Clearly, the need of the public authorities, the will of the public authorities is key, the policymakers, the ministries, the central banks, the regulator, and also the public and private companies, especially the big one, and especially in the energy sectors, is a key to go forward in that kind of study. So we had that kind of experience of risk transition study in South Africa, in Colombia. So maybe a few words about the South African example. Next. In South Africa, we worked successfully because there was big challenges, there is big challenges with risks sitting with parties with limited ability to bear it. So this has implication for the fairness of any transition. So this is the just energy transition, which is very important, which means there is a need for address proactively the transition and the risk and opportunities. The studies had many outputs in terms of fiscal planning, financial sector stress tests, microeconomic stress tests, debt management, financial institution transition risk management, taxonomy, disclosure agreement, requirements. So many outputs which were at the end of the study in South Africa. Maybe now to talk about more in Indonesia next. So with our Indonesian partners, obviously the government, we try to go forward with a study and work on risk transition. So there was a memorandum of understanding signed a few weeks ago with Ibu Nani, great achievement, which start the work for the work to be done. The key objective now is to design and implement with the country an orderly transition across many economic sectors, such as coal, oil, gas, and industry. And the most, obviously it's very ambitious, but to keep the main objectives in mind, identifying, measuring and managing risks, understanding the impact of the transition pathways at the national and state level, public finance levels, see what are the implications on social, on social levels, the impacts, including workers and labor markets, and what could be some recommendations in terms of policy, regulation, investments, and also provide some tools in terms of training and analytical tools. With the objective to broaden the awareness, the consciousness, the understanding, and after all, after that, to have better decision and to better implement, and if possible, to have more and better impacts with the transition. Next. So the elaboration of the study will try to develop different scenario of trajectory, mixing with different risks, and then define what impact assets can be and how the companies and all the kind of stakeholders are affected by the risks. And then it's an approach which develop the scenario from bottom data to modeling, and then to develop global models and scenario, so to micro levels and models, in order to have the full picture as full as possible and take the best decision. So in the few weeks we are starting really the work with all the stakeholders, and we do hope it will provide some useful and as accurate as possible tools to go forward the transition path, which is of course a long way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's very useful study. And you say that it's going to start in the next couple of weeks, and we are looking forward to the study. I think it's very, very important as we are starting to our journey on the just energy transitions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry. It's 10 minutes past 3. I have to close this session. I don't have time to give you opportunity to ask, but I hope the conversation can happen outside. I know also now some panelists has to leave for another meeting. We know they all have a very packed schedule here, so I don't want to be long to summarize what we learned. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that energy transition is kind of new, and PLN is a central to this. First, in order to manage the coal asset and give room to increase renewable rapidly to reduce the emission. PLN has done a number of scenarios, and again, there is an implication to how we choose the path on these energy transitions, that there is implication to the cost. And that cost means that energy could be less affordable in the near future. But we hope through the right financing mechanism, financing instrument, and also the right application of technology, we can still afford the energy in the near future, right? And I think we have to work together collaboratively. Also, in this energy transition, it creates opportunities. The coal retirement will not happen overnight. It will happen sometimes in the future, but at the meantime, we have to reduce or limit the increase of emission from the coal power plant that already built and operate today. How we are going to do that? By reducing the coal and switch that with other fuels, which is in this case biomass. And we know some company have seen opportunity and aligning their corporate target to diversify their energy business toward providing biomass feedstock. Right? So that's very, very important. The other part of our conversation is about financing and carbon policies, carbon pricing, carbon tax could be the source of financing to support energy transition, and also to deliver that carbon market, which is in this case is also new in Indonesia. Carbon exchange could help to deliver emission reduction and offsets needed by companies who are required by regulation to reduce their emission. Also raising fund to support financing the renewable energy and energy efficiency development in the near future. And lastly, we know because energy transition is a complex process, it will have impact, it has to manage well and carefully, it has to be designed and planned. Therefore, we should understand what is actually the risk and how this risk is going to be distributed among key players, to government and to the people, and prepare a mitigation strategy. At the end, we can reach a just and affordable energy transitions. With that, I would like to thank to all panelists. Please give them big applause. Thank you also for Marves for having this discussion today. And I would like to close. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the moderator and speakers. Kindly remain on stage for receive the souvenir, and I would like to invite Her Excellency Ibu Nani Hendiarti, please be on stage to hand over the souvenir special for the moderator and the speakers. And for the speaker who are joining us virtually, it will be represented by Professor Ari. Please represent our speaker who are joining us virtually to receive the souvenir as a symbol of our appreciation. Thank you so much once again for all the speakers for giving your perspective according our topic on our third talk show session about energy transition. After we see the handover of the souvenir, this session will continue with the photo sessions. Again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before you leave this area, after this, please enjoy the coffee break that we provided to you outside.
Terima kasih.
Alright, let's continue with the photo session. I will do the count. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, Her Excellency Ibu Nani Hendiarti, speakers and moderator. Kindly return to your seat. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, by the end of the third talk show session this afternoon, we have now come to the end of the O20 side event talking about partnership in climate actions. On behalf of the organizing committee and also the organizer, we do apologize if there's any inconvenience during this event, and we extend our appreciation for your tremendous support and for your active participation during this meeting. And also thank you so much for the participants who are joining us virtually. Thank you for giving your best time. Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before you leave this room, kindly please enjoy the coffee break that we serve outside this room. Well, lastly, I'm Putri Cahaya signing out. Thank you so much for your presence here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you and have a great day. Matur suksema. Thank you.